Welcome, dear viewers, to the Kaleidoscope of Facts, number 14, Impact of Advertising and the Power of Attention on ALLATRA TV. We are live and broadcasting to more than 20 languages simultaneously on all major social media platforms, reaching everyone with the crucial information we are about to discuss with you today.
The Kaleidoscope of Facts is put together by volunteers of the ALLATRA International Public Movement from over 180 countries in order to bring the truth to the people. This broadcast is based on the program with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, Beware Advertising of the Future, books by Anastasia Novik, and our combined efforts of international research. And now, let's watch the trailer for this conference.
Everything you think or do requires your attention. Your attention is a treasure. Ever wondered why? Billions are invested to catch your attention. Don't you feel like being manipulated?
Me? Never.
But what if we are all being manipulated? Do you want to know what is behind all of this? September 13th, Kaleidoscope of Facts, Impact of Advertising and the Power of Attention.
We live in a consumerist format of society that is based on continuous and constantly increasing consumption. And how do you make people buy things, buy more often, and never stop wanting for more? Advertising. First question, why advertising? I mean, advertising has always been around us. Therefore, it must be something good and useful to have so many ads all over our lives. But can advertising be bad or harmful? Well, advertising itself doesn't necessarily have to be bad. Advertising might even be helpful sometimes. But when you understand how advertising is done and who is advertising, you will see that advertising can be very harmful. Advertising has become a common part of our society to the point where advertising has gone viral. Advertising is not just something that we see on the TV screens, in magazines, or on social media, but advertising is now something that is all around us in every corner of our lives. And we are constantly being exposed to advertising, even if we do not consciously notice it, and most importantly, against our will. Well, you may think right now, it is impossible to make me buy something. Or is it? Unfortunately, it is happening all the time, as the companies thriving in what is called the attention economy are doing this with the help of behavioral scientists who are constantly finding new ways to grab people's attention and make them buy things they don't even need. If advertising controls society and advertising is all around us, we are forced to ask the question, how does advertising influence our minds? In his book, The Culture of Narcissism, Christopher Lasch points out that advertising undermines people's self-confidence and encourages people to live beyond their means and constantly showing them images of a materialistically successful life. Now, in reality, advertising doesn't even encourage people to buy things they really need, but only products which are advertised. And this is exactly what leads to overconsumption. Wait, but Isn't this the model and the ultimate goal of the consumer society? Well, it is already a disaster that we allow these things to happen. But there is more. The same deceptive tactics are being used to manipulate people's opinions, advertising for certain political candidates, spreading propaganda, and creating opposition among the people to instigate hatred and even start wars. This all means that advertising nowadays has become very powerful, no longer just a distraction, but also a manipulation tool with the power to control society's thoughts and actions. Unfortunately, advertising today uses very unethical strategies that are causing harm not only to consumers, but also to society as a whole. So, how do you make a person pay attention and turn him into a consumer? Well, you need a tool. And one of these tools is advertising. And ultimately, when I'm talking about advertising and influence, well, everything we are talking about is information, or more specifically, ways of presenting information to change a person's perception. We also have to admit that without our attention, information is just, well, information. And it is only when we pay attention to something that we give life to this information. In other words, information does not have any meaning without our attention, and nothing lives without it. Thought might have crossed your mind that this is no big deal. Everyone is paying attention to something at any given time, so why bother? Well, I'll be getting a little bit ahead here, but there's one very important, crucial thing that not a lot of people knew before today, that of all the living creatures in this world, only we, humans, possess this power of attention, and without it, nothing would exist. Even the term pay attention literally says that we are paying, but what is it that we are paying with? If you want to know the truth and you are wondering how this affects you and your life, stay tuned, as today we are going to dive deep into these topics, present facts and undeniable evidence of what is going on behind the scenes in this game of stealing people's attention and manipulating their consciousness that we call life. We will also talk about how advertising is shaping the society we live in today, and finally, what can be done to correct our course, change the format of society to a creative one where human life is the highest value.
We often run after things until we get to the point where we forget what we are running after. Time passes, we stop, look back, and by thinking we've invented something new, we are heading down a similar illusory path. Welcome to the world of profit, the world of consumer society, fierce competition, economic growth, and profitability. Welcome to a world where a person's worth is measured by their purchasing power. We ignore everything that cannot be measured by economic or material measures. Our problem is credit and interest. Money has become the meaning of human existence. We have become specialists and consumers without a heart. The result is today's reality, where power and pride have become the main criteria, the culmination of profit and loss. How much longer? The paradox is that we want money, but we don't want to pay the mortgage. We want to work less, but we need more and more money. We work more, but our pay doesn't increase. We are passing the buck to people in government, even though we know that nothing is going to improve. We want to live in a full benefit society where human life is the main priority. But we do not want to get off the couch. We beat our chest, but paradoxically, we can't even stand up for ourselves. Only by working together can we build a creative society. where we don't worry about our possessions, where you won't be afraid to let your children out in the playground in the evening, and where you won't have to count your savings in your wallet every day.
So now we have learned about consumer society, and we understand that each of us is a part of that. You might think that consumer society and advertising were born not so long ago. But what if we told you that it all started 6,000 years ago? Let us figure out how we got here. Let's dive deep into the history of humankind and find out how this tool has been manipulating us for centuries. And now, let's hear from the Russian historian Natalia Pavlova. Mrs. Pavlova, the floor is yours.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые
Greetings, dear friends. Indeed, humanitarian knowledge shows to us that advertisement as a tool of manipulation have existed in ancient societies, and communication, which started to call advertisement, we see it in the consumer type of society of ancient people. Multiple reading of ancient sources and artifacts of ancient Mesopotamia leads us to an understanding that people had an understanding of advertisement as an interaction and purpose of transmitting information from one person to another in order to produce and reproduce the mind and consciousness of people and to attract attention to the object. For that, different myths and literature texts were used on clay tablets. The function of advertising was the increasing of income of the sale of service or products. Here we can pay attention to the facts that the way of living in Mesopotamia and in Sumerians, it was vividly represented, since they consumed the same amount of products as we do right now in the modern world. Sellers tried to attract attention with advertising, and in fact, they attract attention of all buyers into material desires. A sociologist and Igor Krochalev, a sociologist and translator, brings the Sumer-Akkadian culture closer to the modern ones. And it starts from 6th millennium BC till the 21st century. We see on the clay tablets vivid images of people carrying communications, how they distributing gifts among the participants of society, and the clue is to increase the status of a human. Anatoly Kifishin, the doctor of science, also noticed that Sumerians enjoyed communicating with gods, since only gods was able to fulfill desires of every person. And it should be noted that exactly through priests it could be done. Priests was really effective promoting the form of these desires in the form of prayers. And exactly manifestation of all these instruments contributed to social inequality. And it can be noted that social inequality is one of the factors for this advertisement to exist in society. Also, we can pay attention that in the ancient society, life of one person depended on the personal relationship, on the personal attitude of the head of the group towards him. The person who was in power was solving important issues on whom the fate depends. People invested desire to be themselves the rulers and occupy high social positions. And to fulfill such needs, they were searching for people who would actually fulfill their dreams and desires. And first of all, it was priests. Priests provided such services as statues, and as we see right now, a man who prays, and also such a scene in the hallway where visitors was waiting for the reception to the boss. We know how often people can be afraid for waiting for the visiting the boss, and you need to ask to deities, you need to ask to God for the resolving the situation. Vladimir Yemenyanov, translator of Sumerian tablets, revealed that energy of a human, me, it was called as the desires of a human. So to say that the will of God is the desires of a human, it also was represented that for Sumerians only external beauty was valued. Appearance of ritual behavior and consciousness as a result of reproduction of the consciousness of Sumerians. Spiritual culture begins with rituals and spells as a part of a rite. Another example is that the science of advertisement in Clef of Sumerians, this is advertisement of services, how to defeat the disease. According to the study of astrologer Ekaterina Markina, first of all, you need to call for a priest. And tablet amulet with a spell against the demon Lamashtu for placement in the house. The exile scene. Also, here can be noted such a principle when we order some service to impress people around you. Second, find magic materials, something which implements your desires. Third, bury the image of a dog at the threshold. Fourth, exactly the dog, it's also third, that exactly the dog can become a demon. It could send diseases, usually at the behest of the deities, but sometimes of their own free will. Fourth, make a wax figure of a sorcerer and burn it at the stake. Fifth, expel the worm, yes, the worm, with the spell of the god Ea. The toothache was caused by a worm for Sumerians. To form and maintain the residents' interest to the object in which they invest attention, the priests, at the request of the rulers, kings, used religion in the social construction of reality for these residents. A study by sociologist Peter Berger and Thomas Laxman, the religious idea, the idea of the creation of the world within the framework of religion, is a service provided by the priests. The priests used advertising to increase income from the implementation of religion. Orientalist, scientist Andrei Zubov and Olga Ostapova, astrologist Ekaterina Markina, the origins of the sacralization of power through the transmission of information, forming and maintaining of influence of the rulers. Also, the Assyrian king called themselves the king of the universe. In Mesopotamia, the king was the chosen one of the gods, big man, low guy. Historian, doctor of scientists, František Dvornik, adoption book he was writing that Mesopotamian rulers were adopted by gods. The royal power was not considered legitimate without the priest's recognition. In gratitude for this, the kings brought rich gifts to numerous temples of Nippur, built and reconstructed temples in the cities. And they showed by this example the gratitude to all residents for the service of the priests. The brightest example as well can be the fact that in the 3rd 1000 BC, the ruler of Gudea was defied. Sacrifices were made to his statues. Places of commemoration and afterlife fitting of the ruler appeared around them. Orientalist, doctor of scientists Nadezhda Kozareva, together with Vladimir Yemelyanov, they was showing that according to the tablets, Gilgamesh is the first wonderful person in history. This idea was imposed, and they succeeded in this. And the king of Sumer and Akkad named Shulgi took care of all the prosperity of the country and called himself the life of Sumer. That is why they imposed an idea that Shulgi should be the life of Sumer. Let's talk about that advertisement. This text, speeches of priests and politicians and observance of prohibition were applied to influence a person and induce him to purchase their services. This is information about magical abilities of priest or king. And very frankly, anthropologist and ethnologist Sir James Joyce Fraser noticed that the king was preserved as the priest was continuation of a deity because it was profitable for them. Each inhabitant of Sumerian wanted for them to be worshipped as well, and priests provided such an opportunity to each consumer. Mark Bloch, idealist and doctor of science, says that analogies in the Middle Ages, there are the same analogies regarding the royal power. And when we talk about advertisement in the consumer society in more details, you can watch in the books of John Kennedy, The Brave, David Riesman, and those are actually wonderful people who write about discoveries in the field of advertisement in ancient societies. And by historical facts, we see indeed that thoughtful use of advertisements were used by priests and kings to attract people's attention and man as energy to establish strong royal power. Advertisement is a method of manipulation, and people themselves directed their energy to kings and priests, and they strengthened their rulership because they themselves wanted to rule. So advertisement, it is more than a seller promotes a product. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Natalia Pavlova. This information is very important to understand, and it will help us discuss the topic of advertisement impact further today. It really does make sense that power and manipulation can be seen right now through the same tactics used before. And just a quick reminder for everyone watching us now, we are live. Please put your comments and questions on YouTube and Facebook. Our team of volunteers is monitoring everything now, and we will answer all your questions live. And now let's take a look at the topic through the eyes of sociologists around the world from the past. Let's figure out what they say about consumerist society and consciousness connection. Dear Daria, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening, good afternoon to everyone. I'm very pleased to participate in this conference. Sociology, the science that studies public consciousness and the patterns of its development. Let's try to figure out what exists in society on the global scale. Let's first of all refer to Erich Fromm, sociologist, philosopher, and representative of the Frankfurt School. What are the ideals that lead a person in this consumer society? In one of his interviews, Fromm said, if I am what I have, and they would, I think that if you would ask people what their concept of heaven is, and if they were honest, they would say that it's kind of a big department store with new things every week and enough money to buy everything new. Happiness today, I think, is for most people the satisfaction of the eternal suckling. To drink in more this, that, and the other. Another representative of the Frankfurt School was Herbert Marcuse, German and American philosopher, sociologist, and culturologist. He also shared very interesting thoughts about our society in one of his books. Pardon me, I have certain technical issue right now, unfortunately. Let me tell you a little bit, just in brief, what I found. The thing is that Marcuse actually described a one-dimensional, and for him there is nothing but the fact that such a person, such a human, observes what is around. So basically, the basis of his life, of the information flow of such a modern person is mass media, and a person gets all the perception of the world from mass media. Therefore, the only way to manipulate people nowadays is through mass media. When internet has appeared, the situation changed even for the worse, because despite the fact that internet provided people with more freedom, basically this technology currently serve even as a greater tool for enslavement, as a greater tool for external control. And Marcuse actually spoke of the fact that if a person will live his or her life in harmony with nature and with the laws of nature, then humanity will indeed be able to live better. So what actually the contemporary society has come to days? Herbert Marcuse is a philosopher. And now let's proceed to another sociologist who actually suggested such topics in sociology as Disneyization and Disneyfication. What does this mean? It's the world which reminds like amusement parks of Walt Disney, and by this principle actually the whole society is built, the whole society of consumption. Look, when we go to any shopping mall, we can see, or supermarket, we can see not just a great amount of various goods, but also many entertainments like cafes, restaurants, amusement theaters, cinemas, etc. And this is called, according to Alan Myron, is a hybrid society. And what we face, the more items we see around, which are concentrated in one place, in this case, it's not consumption of just services and goods, but also entertainments. More attention consumers invest in it, and the longer they stay in such a shopping mall. What else controls us through the modern advertisement is such a tool as merchandising. By means of a certain regular image, which can seem not very significant one, but thanks to these images and pictures we buy more and more, because these pictures become brands and masses invest attention in it. And this is a very interesting situation, that we actually are not chasing any goods or services, but we pay attention to ordinary pictures. That is why there are such, strange things in our society as love for some new models of iPhones or cars. It's nothing but a brand, and it has nothing to do with the quality of the product. Basically, let's figure out, let's think, what actually, what have we come to today, as if we are living in the world which is enslaving us by means of controlling our consciousness through managing our desires. And this is actually happening already today. I think that every one of us should think about this, really ponder what he or she chooses in every day of his or her life, because these ideals of consumption are created by people, and society is actually composed of us, ordinary people, and whatever we choose will wait for us in the future. But we can change the situation if we want to, because as for me, I don't want to live in the world where my interests are controlled by some economical interests of countries or corporations. Do you understand how important this is? I think we have to ponder over this. And unfortunately, I couldn't fit all the information into my report, but thanks a lot for your attention, and I give the floor to the next speaker. I'm very pleased to be here with you today.
Thank you so much, Daria. Thank you. This is an excellent question. Do we really want the economic interests of countries and individuals to rule our lives through our desires? Let each of us answer this question. And to help us further understand the influence of advertising and propaganda on us, let's study Edward Bernays' research. Ivica, please share with us your understandings.
Sad možemo krenuti sa marketingom. Marketing se pojavio od 1920-ih godina sa Freudom. Od 1920. godina oglašavanje počinje dobivati nove značaje. Temeljne promjene u njegovoj pojavnosti učinjene su kroz Freudov rad.
Fundamental changes in its appearance were made by Freud's work, which fell into the hands of his nephew, Edward Bernays. Reading his uncle's
manipulirajući posvješću. U svojoj knjizi Propaganda Bernays je napisao,
wrote, we are governed, our minds are molded, our tastes formed, our ideas suggested, largely by men who have never heard of. Well, that succinctly demonstrates the fictitiousness of consumers' freedom of choice. Bernays, influenced on his uncle's work, literally reserved the usual format of supply and demand. For his clients, he initially changed the conditions of the environment, thereby shaping demand, and then came the supply. For example, as he did with piano sales, Bernays negotiated with fashionable architects, and they began to include in their designs music rooms with dedicated space for pianos. And it was up to the consumer to decide, by looking at design, that he wanted a piano. The fact is that man has a dual nature. There is spiritual and animal nature in him. Depending on which of nature dominates, this is the choice of that person makes. One could say that Bernays taught marketers to aggressively influence precisely the animal nature, to identify or shape latent needs, and in this way to increase corporate play. Since then, advertising has ceased to be informational and has become manipulative. The formula itself has changed. Previously, demand gave rise to supply, but now supply must shape need and ultimately demand. It also created such a field as PR, which began to control public opinion, to influence the public's perception of public figures and manipulate stereotypes. The truth is that with the development of society, the methods of manipulation of people are only improving. One of the most telling examples of manipulation of public opinion was the order to increase cigarette sales. It turned out to be easier to do by the involving women. And if you want to know how he did it, well, our next speaker, Andrea, will tell us about this campaign. Andrea, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be participating. The essence of the most impressive experiment was to teach women to smoke. At the time, there was a taboo on women smoking, and Edward was approached by one of his clients, the manager of a tobacco corporation, saying they were losing half their market, asking him to find a way to break that taboo. After taking to psychoanalysis, Bernays found out what the cigarettes meant to women. It turned out that It was the symbol of male sexual power. He figured out how to challenge the power, and in 1929, at the annual Easter parade in New York, he invited several high society model girls and persuaded them to hide their cigarettes under their underwear. At his sign, they had to take out the cigarettes and smoke at the same time. He also alerted the press that he knew there would be activists at the parade to light something called the Torch of Freedom. So there were plenty of media representatives, and when at his signal the girls lit cigarettes and the slogan "Light the Torch for Freedom" sounded, scores of reporters filmed, and the next day the news broke not only in the New York publications but throughout America and then went around the world. Cigarette sales rose instantly. The campaign ordered by the tobacco industry was presented by Bernays as news, which it really was not. Bernays was convinced that news, not advertising, was the best means of conveying the advertising message to an unsuspecting population. This was done by the decision of one man only, and it points out the influence one person has on his own. Some way one person can make a difference in the opposite direction by debunking manipulation, spreading the truth and real information. This way, each one of us can help create a world in which knowledge and truth is accessible to everyone. And that way, we are truly free and cannot be even manipulated.
Thank you so much, Andrea, for bringing this up and giving us an understanding of what power each of us has and the importance of the decisions we make every day. And also, I just would like to remind you that we are live, and I would like to read some of the comments we have received. So one of the comments, it says, it was very interesting that advertisement is coming from Sumerian civilization to us. The other comment is saying, guys, thank you very much for the truth, and thank you for all your efforts. There's coming understanding to all of us, and people have real opportunity to come out of the materialistic ways of living we have. And another one I will read is from Alexei, and he says, this is a very interesting conference. I did not think that the advertisement has been around for such a long time as a disease. Thank you so much for your comments, and please leave them on Facebook and YouTube, and we will answer them and also share them with our audience. And right now we would like to move to the next topic. And what about ethics? What role do they play in mass media? And what responsibilities lie in each journalist and reporter? Andrea, we are eager to hear more from you.
Thank you very much, Olga. It's an honor to be with you all on this conference. So friends, hello, and let us look what should be the function of the mass media and what are they really doing. So journalists have their ethical codes, which they should follow to make sure the information people are getting is truthful, accurate, objective, impartial, fair, and accountable toward the public. It looks perfect on paper, as it is customary in the consumer format of society, but often it is not so in practice. Since in this format of society, those who are preparing the news have to follow the policy of those who own the media. That means that the big media companies are actually setting the rules about what is important to the public. According to Statista, people around the world spend on average 7.5 hours per day with different media. This is quite a large amount of time. So the question arises, what is the nature of information we get each day through the media in that time, and how it affects us? It is clearly known that the influence of mass media on individuals and society can be either positive or negative. As is with each tool, it depends on who is using it and for what purpose. But let us look at some additional statistics. Approximately 90% of all media news is negative. Sensational stories form 95% of media headlines. Studies show that headlines with bad news catch 30% more attention. Around 26.7% of people that are exposed to negative news go on to develop anxiety issues. 63% of kids aged from 12 to 18 say that watching the news makes them feel bad. In a recent nationwide survey, almost 2/3 of US kids said that watching the news makes them feel depressed, angry, or even afraid. There is an infodemia of negative news going on in the mass media. And what is the purpose of these ad nausea overflowing people with negative topics day after day? Maybe fear. Fear is a very strong emotion, and frightened people are easily manipulated. It is no coincidence that people from all around the world in the ALLATRA International Public Movement Survey expressed their desire that the mass media should belong exclusively to the society and reflect information honestly, truthfully, and openly. That is why transparency and openness of information for all became one of the 8 foundations of creative society, where human life comes before ratings and revenues. Now let us watch the video about the life in the consumer format of society in which we live today, and life in the creative society in which we could all be living tomorrow. Thank you very much.
How much time do you spend for life, and how much on survival? You work from 8 to 12 hours a day to earn money. You need that money to live. You must work for a living. But really, for a living or just to survive? How much time do you invest only to get by? You work to keep afloat. You earn money and pay taxes. You buy food and pay taxes. But what do you want? Do you really like to live this way? They tell you this is a normal and only possible way of life. But is it really so? How would you live if you didn't have to spend any time on survival? Imagine you have a free place to live in. Food, water, clothes, energy, education, healthcare, social security, no taxes. Just because you're a human. You have a right to live free, safe, and creative. What would you do if you had all your time for life? It's a relevant question for everyone, because in the creative society, life of every human counts. Is that utopia for you? Or maybe you live in utopia right now.
Have you ever considered why we call utopia an ideal world when we live in utopia right now? Paying taxes is eating us alive, and we can all feel it in our adulthood. We are being wrapped, and we agree to it. Isn't it time to build a society that is not based on stealing away from you and me, but giving us an opportunity to live?
We just want to remind you that we are live and broadcasting in 20+ languages simultaneously. Please write your comments and questions on Facebook and YouTube, and we will answer them as we go. Let's come back to advertising and its techniques and learn about the 4 stages of advertisement triggers. Daniela will share with us more about AIDA. Daniela, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Monica. So, hello, dear friends. I would like to tell you about marketing model called AIDA, which describes 4 stages through which a customer goes through from the moment of seeing an advert for the first time to purchasing a product. AIDA stands for awareness, interest, desire, and action. The first introduction of AIDA dates to the 19th century, and since then is the AIDA model commonly used in digital marketing, sales strategies, and PR campaigns. So let's get through these 4 stages. First one is attention. The goal of this step is to attract attention of a customer. The question stating the purpose of this first step is, how do we make buyers aware of our products or services? In 21st century, this can be very difficult to achieve considering the information pollution we experience. Marketers need to be creative to stand out from a queue. The second step is to maintain the interest of a customer, to make the customer interested in the advertised brand. This can be achieved in different ways, including building an emotional relationship with the customer, which I will talk about later. Interest should lead to creation of desire, therefore the third step. The goal is to make the consumers desire the product or service, moving their mindset from I like it to I want it. And the final 4th step of the whole purpose of the AIDA model is to make a customer purchase a product or a service. Let's demonstrate these 4 steps on a simple example, Coca-Cola brand. When you watch a TV commercial, for instance, you can easily distinguish these 4 steps. Firstly, they show you a situation that has nothing to do with Coca-Cola. That's how they attract your attention. The second step is to maintain interest. They develop a story, generally beautiful and familiar story, that makes you not to skip the advertisement. To create the desire, in this story they associate desired values like friendship, happiness, and adventure with Coca-Cola. Those are values and situations everybody desires, no matter their culture or country. Finally, they show people what they can do to satisfy these desires. Drink Coca-Cola. That was a brief information about the AIDA model. Now I would like to move on to emotional branding or advertising focused on emotions instead of the ratio. We can distinguish 4 major strategies of emotional branding according to a research paper from Young-Kyung Kim and Pauline Sullivan. Those strategies are sensory branding, storytelling, cost branding, and empowerment. Let's begin with sensory branding. Sensory marketing engages and triggers consumer senses like sight, sound, feel, taste, and smell. According to a research article from Martin Lindstorm from 2006, brands that appeal to multiple senses will be more successful than brands that focus only on 1 or 2. This is being used in various branches like fashion, food industry, cars, cosmetics, even in real estate. Imagine going to work and bypassing the pastry when suddenly you feel beautiful smell of freshly baked croissants. Without your knowing, your body has already started biochemical reactions as a response to that smell. Another strategy is storytelling, when brands create the story behind the product so people can easily bond with the product. Cost branding is a strategy that offers customers opportunities to make positive changes for social issues by placing a purchase for their product or service. Customers therefore gain satisfaction for helping these social issues experience moral emotions which play a central role because they are linked to their desire to serve a higher cause. Last but not least, empowerment as a marketing strategy. Marketers have benefited from consumers' insecurities and anxieties by convincing them to buy their products or services that can supposedly resolve their worries. When a brand uses empowerment as a marketing strategy, it helps consumers to boost their self-esteem. Many brands successfully used empowerment as a marketing strategy, for example Dove. Dove, as we know, is a personal care brand that sells beauty products for both men and women. According to Dove Global Beauty and Confidence report from 2016, 69% of women are not satisfied with the way they look. There was a target for the Dove Empowerment campaign, which started showing ordinary people in its commercials to get closer to customers and empower its customers. Even though I have mentioned only few models that are used in marketing strategies, it is surely useful to be familiar with them, to be able to distinguish what we really need or want and what was imprinted on us. Next, I pass the words to Sean, who will talk about marketing from psychological point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. If you watch television or browse the internet, then you are more than likely being exposed to advertisements. Companies spend a large amount of time and money to grab your attention and influence you to buy their products. According to a study conducted by the University of Southern California, we are being exposed to a large amount of ads, 500 per day in the 1970s to as many as 4,000 per day now. 5.3 trillion display ads are shown online each year. And advertising companies have narrowed down our behavior patterns and have studied what types of ads generate a certain response. The types of advertising campaigns that performed well were 31% emotional content versus only 16% rational content. Emotional response to an ad has a far greater influence on a consumer's intent to buy a product than the ad's actual content. The most recurring themes for ads are pride, love, unique achievement, man's empathy, loneliness, friendships, and memories. This highlights that in a consumerist format of society, such notions as pride, love, or lust are purposely marketed and transmitted. And it's these themes that are constantly consumed and distributed that further reinforce this format of society. And we now see the grave consequences that this has had on social norms. There are a couple of psychological principles that are used in advertising and marketing. One being the reciprocity principle, such as offering a free service, commitment, getting individuals to sign up for a free class or webinar. Therefore, they're more likely to pay for a cheap class down the line. Consensus. People are more likely to buy from a business when they have demonstrated proof that other individuals have made purchase and put trust in that company. Authority. Through many years of experience or producing authoritative content. Liking. Liking is easier to get someone to buy from a product if they like it first. That's why they advertise so much on social media. Scarcity. When things are in short supply, people rush to them. To use this tool, advertisers may pitch deadlines for promotions and limited quantities for really good deals, when in fact, it's not limited at all. And then verbatim effect. When advertisers break ideas down into simple concepts from the start, customers are more likely to remember the company or product. So you can see how easily people are being manipulated in order to sell products just by using these 7 principles. As it stands, the brain processes visuals 60,000 times faster than text. This is called the dual coding theory, and explains that for a message to be easily communicated in a design, it's important to combine both visual and textual information. like Daniela pointed out. And what about colors? Have you ever thought about what role colors play in advertising? Changing the color of a call to action button from light green to yellow, for instance, increases conversion rates by 14.5%. Adding a colored border around a Facebook ad image can double its click-through rate. Contrasting the color of two links within a single image can increase conversion rates by 60%. The colors red, orange, and yellow make you hungry, known as the ketchup and mustard theory. And two types of emotive response. One is based on empathy and the other creativity. These create joy or surprise right away to build an emotional roller coaster for the consumer. Another theory is called the mimetic desire theory, that states that when you want something, the more that we see someone else enjoying it, the more that we want it. People imitate emotions, and there's a connection through imagery. Based on a study by Barr and Cartrand in 1999, they stated that one's behavior passively and unintentionally changes to match that of the others in your current social environment. As social environments move increasingly online, this can impact website engagement, trolling behaviors, and how people treat each other in the comments section, for example. Given that people only spare about 8 seconds of attention span before concentration is lost, our desensitization to information is rapidly growing. Marketing strategies are adopting and becoming more pervasive and relentless. They are eager to grab your attention in order to win you over, even if it's just for a few seconds. Nevertheless, most consumers believe that advertising influences others, but not themselves. Ironically, consumers who believe that they are immune to the effects of advertising are actually more heavily influenced than those who do not believe that they are immune. This is a surprising result because the illusion of invulnerability encourages complacency and leads consumers to lower their guard against the lure of advertising. Moreover, advertising often has really subtle effects on the memory that go unnoticed by consumers. In a creative society, perhaps we should be spreading knowledge and love through advertising instead of driving people to buy more products. Dear friends, let's really think about this concept. How would it shape our society? How much would it influence our development beyond being a mindless consumer? Let's think about what we can achieve in a creative society and make it so. Thank you.
Maybe you heard of the phenomenon of consumerism, overconsumption of today. And people very often buy more products than they need. Look at women who often say, I have nothing to wear, and in fact they have a wardrobe full of clothes. Or they say there is nothing in the fridge, but fridge is full, but they say there is nothing to eat, and so on. And whatever product you take, people have more than they need. They accumulate all this stuff in their houses, and these things already put pressure on the person, on his psyche. And in this way, it kind of leads again to this neurotic state. So you have to be very cautious with advertising, and people need to use their brains and think about how much of what they buy is really needed. But really, today there is the impact on the psyche, the impact on people's emotions and on their lives. It's not a fair game, so to speak, with the consumer. On the one hand, advertising evokes emotions in a person, making him want to show everybody that his status is higher than what it really is. On the other hand, he's not given such a salary which would allow him to correspond to this status.
Thank you so much. And I know that every woman could relate. I have so much clothes, but nothing to wear. Yes, we chase illusions every single day. And then we complain that something is not working out for us and our lives. We have just seen a perfect example in this video of how it works and why this is a never-ending cycle. But it doesn't really just work on a personal level. It also works on a larger scale. Now let's take a look at companies that produce mass products that we see and use every day and that influence our lifestyle. Jonathan, please present this information to us.
Yes, of course, thank you. Hello, dear friends. I would like to touch upon indeed on significant marketing campaigns created all over the world in order to capture our attention, influencing our behavior, and driving revenue. But once again, let's go back to the definition of a consumer society first. It's a society in which people often buy new goods, especially goods that they do not need, and in which a high value is placed on owning many things. This type of society is driven by the willingness consumption of people striving for those values. The people's choices in such a society is an engine for its sustainability and growth. But there is a paradox in this definition. The fact that people often buy what they don't need, nonetheless, doing it willingly. How come a model relies and is actually working on such a concept? It's because the main goal of advertising aims to stimulate the purchase by manipulating the attention of people, associating the product with the values that every person aspires to. Nobody is forcing anybody to buy goods at the end, but we, the people, the consumers, are sustaining this society by paying with the two most important things in the world, our time and attention. So here's some example to illustrate this situation. First with Coca-Cola. In 2017, Coca-Cola earned $41 billion in revenue, while 10% of it was spent in advertising. It means that they really understood the importance of investing a lot of money in order to be seen and heard everywhere. Coca-Cola was, for example, the first Olympic sponsor in 1928. It was the first soft drink to be consumed in space, to the point now that after OK, Coca-Cola is the second most known phrase in the world. Coca-Cola is not selling you a beverage, as we saw, but an idea of happiness, friendship, being special that the brand has been building over 130 years. With more than 1.9 billion bottles sold every day, it's as 1 out of 4 people on Earth are buying from Coca-Cola every single day. Now with the example of Nike, we can see that they are selling a story together with every single new shoes they are creating. Nike brand strategy takes the emotional marketing stories of the hero and turn it inward. You are the hero and your laziness side is the villain. Thus, they are using the emotional branding techniques of heroism to inspire incredible customer loyalty all over the world. the hero starts from humble beginnings, challenges a foe greater than he, and against all odds prevail. To embed this fantasy, heavy sponsoring budgets are allocated to match the brand with sports heroes. Early on, their goal was to sign rookies athletes who would later become world famous. Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods were among them. With both of them, it's almost solely because of their name, reputation, and sheer star power that Nike were able to increase sales dramatically, become the giant company that it is now. For example, they forecasted $3 million in revenue the first year selling the first Air Jordan shoes, but end up with more than 100 million revenue, an increase of more than 3,000% regarding forecasts. Finally, as a last example, Red Bull with the Stratos project. It took place in autumn 2012. One of the company owners said that this project cost $50 million. Since that event, earnings have grown gradually from almost 5 billion in 2012 to 6.3 billion in 2020. The Stratos project also broke several audience records. On YouTube, the broadcast was watched live by 8 million people. YouTube has now 46 million views on that videos today. And the Red Bull YouTube channel earned a bit more than $1 per 1,000 views. It shows how impactful on people the event was and how much attention it brought to the brand. Those examples, out of many marketing campaigns, follow the same model, investing into the creation of a virtual ID people are buying over the actual product. The idea of friendship over a soda, the idea of surpassing yourself over a pair of shoes, or the idea of getting wings over an energy drink. However, after this Stratos jump, we all understand that Red Bull doesn't give wings, because otherwise Baumgarten will have not crashed towards the earth at 1,342 kilometers per hour, but will have enjoyed a little bit longer the view from up there. I hope you clearly see now that after capturing your attention, it's our emotion which makes us buy what we don't need. Thank you. And now let's watch a video with Mario Jury regarding how psychology and sociology are used as marketing tools. Thank you.
Mario, do you know how psychology and sociology are used as marketing tools?
Well, listen. Sociology and psychology were initial marketing steps. Today, they only serve as a base because in the mid-70s NLP was added, and through these subliminal messages that we do not register consciously, they are simply put everywhere, in chewing gums, Coca-Cola, almost in all the commercials we see on television. This made the decoding of the subconscious even more intense because it entered the subconscious directly, and this way they placed the desired message. These messages can be various. Get up, buy Coca-Cola, go now buy something in the store, go eat something, you're hungry although you are not, and all this is done through NLP. The best example of it today is ad for the iPhone. It contains ultra flash, which means that in that commercial that lasts 30-40 seconds, there are those flashes that we cannot register. That flash is invisible to us, but when the subconscious experiences it as shock and hypnosis, and that hypnosis reads instant addiction. Through that artificially created wow effect in us, people waited for days in front of the stores when the new iPhone was released. If anyone wonders how this is possible, why people do it, here is why people do it. They had no option or choice at all. So they went to wait in front of the store. 15 years ago, a new business era of selling data began through Google search and Citrix. Every search is stored without pressing enter. This now allows large corporations to become owners not only of our personal data, of our behavior, but even of our thoughts. Yes, our thoughts. This data is now being sold to whoever offers more. So whoever offers more, it now really owes the market to trade with. So it's now new data exchange market. So the data is sold to a third party, in order for them to sell exactly what they wanted using those thoughts and subconscious wishes. Like algorithms are getting smarter, which makes us more transparent to them. That's what it's all about. Through us, both by polling and analyzing, and by making statistics about our behavior, they learned so much about human that they know more than human knows about himself.
As you can see, we are getting high every day on the purchases that we make. But the excitement doesn't last long. It's like a drug that you have to take daily. With new and flashy things to buy and consume, we are forgetting what the meaning of life is and why our attention is being stolen from us right under our noses. Regina will share with us real-life examples of what she has observed in her daily life and the impact it has on younger generations.
Greetings to the participants and viewers of Kaleidoscope of Facts. Let me tell you about an experience I had a few years ago. I was walking down the street, passing by McDonald's, and a picture of coffee popped into my head. And literally, in a fraction of a second, the taste of this coffee appeared in my mouth. And a second later, a picture that I was already standing in line for this coffee, and the body literally turned towards the entrance. And in fact, it was such a shock to me that this kind of advertising already exists, that it is so easy to manipulate a person's consciousness like this. A person walks and thinks that he wants it, but this was imposed on him. And any product, any goods can be imposed in such a way. And thank God that at that time I already had the experience of tracking my thoughts and working on myself. And I saw that this thought wasn't mine, that it was imposed on me from the outside. I will also tell you the experience of my client. She told how once she went to McDonald's with her 1.5-year-old daughter. The second time passing by McDonald's, in the car, the child leaned against the window and began to point at McDonald's and scream, showing with all her appearance that she wanted to go there. The child cannot speak. And this moment also shocked me, because this type of advertising affects not only a mature person, but also a child who does not even know how to speak. That is, cannot verbally express his desires. In fact, this is serious. And it is so important for each person to learn to control their thoughts, their desires, and see this impact from the outside. After all, for corporations, we are not people. We are just walking wallets.
Yes, we are surrounded by advertising everywhere we go, in home, outside, even on the airplane. And I am sure when Elon Musk will land on Mars, he will put a huge billboard with his face on it. So it seems everywhere where humans go, there is advertising to follow. We no longer think for ourselves, we rely on informational field that surrounds us. Can you imagine waking up one day and there is no advertisement of any kind anywhere? What would you do? Would you feel any different? But before we wake up in this perfect world, let's learn again from Maria Juresk's interview that we took especially for today's live broadcast.
Mario, do you know any techniques of subtle influence at the mass level or the level of the targeted population?
You know, it's one point now, i.e. one question, where we can all talk about it, because it's now become something that is no longer hidden but visible only to professionals and experts. When you look at one screen or Facebook profiles, pictures on WhatsApp everywhere, people put under their picture "stay at home." Stay at home, that's one of those techniques. Then those numbers in the media about infected. It all goes into the subtle, since it does not solve the issue, in fact. I mean, he's called unknown friend, and so on, but this one, it's actually about sending really subtle messages, like through those numbers. Another way is through those influencers. So, now, this girl is advertising through her own Instagram, shoes or fashion. Suddenly, you notice something that has nothing to do with fashion or shoes or her. People simply nod their heads when a good offer comes along, even if they don't like the product. Based on that, we can now expect there will be more and more of these soft-skill sales in the future. This so-called subtle marketing, because the whole story is getting more and more subtle. Also YouTubers. So you are following someone. To go back to that story that 99% of what I tell is truth, 1% is a lie. You can follow one, you agree with his views, with everything he does, but suddenly he makes a video that you don't agree with at the beginning. And in the end, you agree. Why? Because you follow him, you already have a relationship with him, because you look at him, you call him by name. These are all of those ways of subtle marketing, which is simple, which is all around us. It is subtle. I would also call it subtle when we drive around those cities. When you drive around the city, you don't have to look at those posters, because you flew through that poster before. Consciously or unconsciously, it made its own work on you. So we can count on more and more of that subtle way of advertising.
Mario Juric, for your honesty. The only way we can get to the truth is through transparency and openness of information for everyone. And we would like to remind everybody that we are live and broadcasting into 20+ languages. A Kaleidoscope of Facts is a project of the ALLATRA International Public Movement run by volunteers from over 180 countries around the globe.
We would like to thank every single person today who's presenting tonight, who helped us to do research and prepare, who's behind the camera, all of the technical support, designers, and thousands of others who have made this possible today. ALLATRA is one big human family, and anyone can join us. Please email us at info@allatra.tv. Today we are millions. Tomorrow we are billions. Also, please comment and write your questions as we go on YouTube and Facebook.
Now we'll discuss a very interesting topic about social statuses we all hold and how we project them to ourselves through the informational field that surrounds us. I would like to introduce Ukrainian professor Irina Moisevna Banova. She is a professor of the Department of Design of the Khmelnytsky National University, honored worker of education of Ukraine, chairman of the Khmelnytsky Regional Organization of the Union of Designers of Ukraine, academician of the Ukrainian Technological Academy, and chairman of its Khmelnytsky department. She will share her knowledge with us. Mrs. Banova, the floor is yours.
You've seen that there is a lot of medication advertising, and of course, there are so many of these medications now, and there are so many companies producing them, that one really can't do without advertising. When there was only one company or a few of them, it was natural that people would buy what was offered to them. And now this competition has led to the fact that consumers' minds are actually influenced by advertising. And people start to think, what should I buy? And sometimes they buy things they don't even need. Well, for instance, some time ago it was very popular to bring in pottery, crockery from Germany, for example, and many people had crystalware in their cupboards, all those German crockery sets and so on. So it was a mark of status. People wanted to show that they were able to afford that too. When I read something on the internet, ads always pop up. And it seems as if someone is monitoring your life on your phone. Whenever you say a word that you need something, and right away you get a hail of ads sent to your Viber on Facebook, I mean to your social network accounts, or just to your phone. And this advertisement starts to work. Well, really, if you need this product, you start looking at it, and then at some point after you bought it, you think, did I really need it? That's the point when a person should have thought about that in the first place. Do I really need this product? But sometimes it so happens that the product's low price attracts people too. And they sort of take the bait and rush to buy it. At times they say, like that if you don't buy the product now, and we don't have much in stock, right? So you'll miss it. Sort of you could miss your opportunities. Well, naturally, a person thinks either to give up opportunities or maybe buy it right away. And when they say, like, we've got, for example, 4 items of this product left, then of course a person would agree more quickly. Or, for example, it's like they say, this product will be sold out soon. If you don't buy it, or you'll miss this, or you won't have the chance anymore. So that's when emotions certainly impact the person. And certain emotions also occur when a series of pictures are demonstrated. Or, for instance, they talk about that. I mean, they show children, for example, beautiful women, dogs. So those who love children, and most of people usually love children, immediately begin to react to this advertising.
We have been using things we buy as status indicators. It used to be a teapot that you can plug into an outlet that made us high class. But now it is a rocket that you can send off to the space. What is next? Will this chase ever end? Also, what is interesting, we see manipulation through an advertisement that has been projected on us. But then we knowingly or unknowingly use the same manipulation techniques on our children, loved ones, and friends. Are we responsible for this type of relationships we are building with each other? Now let's switch gears here. What about consumption of products that are poisoning our bodies? Have you ever thought about why people use products by default that kill us slowly without questioning our choice? Or why do people consume something knowingly it is bad for them? Or why do we as a society glorify products that are leading us to death? Let's examine this topic a little bit closer.
There is explicit advertising, which can be very nice. So goods are sold and people get informed about a product or a service or about someone when it advertises an expert, for example, or a certain area of expertise, and so on. This is an open information commercial. But when there is implicit advertising, people are being forced a certain attitude towards a phenomenon. And sometimes, well actually not sometimes, but very often, it is about negative phenomena in our lives. If you take an example of alcohol, virtually there is no direct advertising of alcohol whatsoever. But there is quite a lot of hidden advertising. We all know that the world is run by big corporations, corporate groups, and so on. Naturally, they want their businesses to go well, so that they prosper, getting more and more profit. But if you directly advertise some products, especially alcohol, cigarettes, for example, beer, and so on, meaning harmful products, then a person who is not accustomed to this from the childhood will not react to this advertising and will not buy this product anyway. So the above-mentioned corporate groups invest money into movies, into even bigger advertising, where they show kind of a good life of other people, for example. But this is especially in movies, a very demonstrative example. They show high-status people who have a good income, who are sitting around the tables, eating, socializing, while drinking beer and alcohol. And they show teenagers who, not a big deal, they drank some beer. But in fact, both beer and alcohol and cigarettes are bad for health. And at that point, people think, if this has been shown to them since childhood, because they watch these movies, if that has become part of their lives, then they think, it is alright if I drink some beer, or some alcohol, or take some sort of narcotic pill, maybe, and so on. So behind all these comes implicit advertising. It has a very strong effect on the person.
Let's dive a little bit deeper and look at specific example of where subliminal advertising is being used and how it is integrated into our everyday life. Natalia, the floor is yours.
Greetings, dear friends. Today I would like to talk about following topics. This is introduction of advertisement, this implicit advertising history, examples of hidden captions and images and their impact of choice, using subconsciousness desires to promote products, and product placement. The modern history of subtle manipulation in advertisement begins on September 12, 1957, when market researcher James Vicary gave a press conference. He said that he recently successfully tested an advertising technique that used a device called Kaleidoscope. He installed it in a movie theater in Fort Lee, New Jersey, and programmed it to project two messages: eat popcorn and drink Coca-Cola at 1,000th second interval, 5 seconds apart. Vicary's test lasted for 6 weeks, and by the end of that period, Coca-Cola sales in the movie theater were up at 18.1%. Of popcorn sales were up at 57%, and this situation gained widespread publicity and was soon refuted, with Vicary himself admitting to lying. Although companies found it inconvenient to use Vicary's Kaleidoscope in their advertising materials, they tried in various ways to insert subtle manipulative meaning by influencing the subconscious. The Vicary himself, within a time, he also admitted himself that he was lying. And actually, many companies tried to implement such subtle manipulation in their advertising messages. And right now, I would like to show a few examples how it usually looks like. Such messages, unless you actually point it out, it can be even unnoticed for consciousness. We see first image, KFC advertisement attracted negative attention. In 2008, when it aired the dollar snacker commercial showing a green dollar bill in a salad. People didn't really like it because they felt that they want to be influenced. So furthermore, it is Burger King launched campaign to promote its new 7-inch burger. It depicted a surprised woman with her mouth open looking at the product. The caption says, "It will amaze you." Even right now, such message is prohibited, but back then it's also caught widespread resonance. Another example is logo. You see an arrow from A to Z to Z, and this is subtle manipulation here is simple, that Amazon sells everything from A to Z. Another example, Pirates of the Caribbean. Disney has long been accused of hidden subliminal messages in its movies. But this one may be the subtlest and cleanest of them all. While not entirely obvious, a longer looks like convinced many that Disney has adapted the well-known skull and the crossbones emblem to look like more the iconic Mickey Mouse logo. These days, as consumers, we are often the target of subliminal messages, and subliminal messages tactics tend to work best when we don't notice them. When our subconscious mind is constantly on autopilot, they penetrate our conscious, rational mind and reach the core of our belief system. Another method of subconscious influence has to do with physicist and consumer motivation research. And here marketing specialists have made extensive use of Freudian theories that there is a conscious and unconscious mind in human being. And most often, people make decisions based on their unconscious instinct. And marketologists try to influence this unconscious instincts. On this basis, to this day, marketing specialists are conducting a lot of research to find out how to influence the consumer to cause his desire to buy a product which he may not need and sometimes even harmful to health. One of the fathers of this trend in advertising was Ernest Dichter, who used motivational research to advertise Ivory soap. He created an advertisement which didn't show the product properties but associated with sexual desires. As Dichter's wife, Hedy, said many years later, so he saw the soap was more than a soap, and the tub was more than a tub. Another interesting fact, what I would like to mention, some marketing analytics points out that although Vicari's subliminal advertisement and motivational research appeared almost at the same time, however, Vicari's technology was criticized, banned by the government and condemned by the public, but advertising based on motivational research did not face the same level of political and public influence. So the public attention was diverted. And while subliminal advertisement was legally banned, motivational research and the creation of clips that influence the subconscious have been continuing to this day, and it's considered normal. So you can make conclusions yourself. There is no certain decision of what is the more manipulation than the Kaleidoscope method. Everyone can decide it for themselves. So, furthermore, we can talk about product placement. It's a covered advertising technique in which branded products or logos are placed in movies, TV series, TV shows, music videos, blogs, computer games, books, and other media. Here are several examples. Ray-Ban sunglasses in the movie Top Gun, where Tom Cruise character serves in the US Air Force. After this movie, the brand's sales skyrocket, and a huge number of young people rushed to the US Army in order to be as cool as Tom. James Bond. Aston Martin's cars in the James Bond Super Spy sequel, the main attribute is a tech-packed Aston Martin car in each new movie. About Agent 007, the creators show a new model. In addition, many other brands are seen in the movies of the series, such as Camel, Playboy, KFC, 7-Up, and Toblerone.
I'm sorry, it seems we're having some...
Про Джеймса Бонда там очень много product placement, КФС, также пользовались...
I'm sorry, it seems that we are having some technical problems. Natalia, can you hear us?
Да, я слышу вас.
Oh, perfect. Okay, it's working. Thank you so much. You can continue.
На каком этапе, подскажите, я прервалась?
At what moment you stopped hearing me? Friends, could you please tell me from which moment I can continue?
Continue with the James Bond.
Джеймсом Бондом. Хорошо. Вот. И еще один пример.
So one more example of product placement is Apple Company. In almost all the movies, the characters use Apple technology. And despite the fact that it is more expensive than its analogs, everyone wants to buy it.
Ее рейтинги среди других аналогичных гаджетов. Вот, и все бы ничего, если бы таким образом, да, вот...
And it would be alright if only certain products were promoted in this way. But through films, people are inculcated with unhealthy habits, drinking, smoking, and inappropriate behavior, excessive sexuality, scandalous behavior, aggressiveness, and violence.
Здоровые, которые демонстрируются тоже на фильмах, в видеоклипах, в рекламах, то есть вот...
We are being shown this happens, and unfortunately it influences us on subconscious level. Right now, I would like to suggest to watch an excerpt from the video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
And let's say, in every 10th cartoon, I say it approximately, there are implantations. There are indeed working implantations. That is, someone is doing it intentionally. These are not empty people. These are people who, not in words, but in deed, are familiar with metaphysics, who know how to control this. It's the same as some rock musicians who make implantations, when, such that...
Well, yes. What is it? It is a transnational phenomenon.
Absolutely.
We've touched upon Japanese anime, that is, animation. But as for music, it's international.
Well, yes.
And idols are created, pop culture.
That's what I'm saying, too. Not all by far, but there are famous rock musicians who purposefully, intentionally create their compositions, which are aimed specifically at implanting. The implantations in this case are precisely the programs that unfold in a person and cause various phenomena, meaning it is a direct, targeted manipulation.
Guys, do you see now how we are being manipulated like puppets? And by someone who doesn't have our best interest. How is this possible? And why are we allowing this to happen? Are we our own enemies? Or are we human beings that have free will and choice? We are so blind that even have such concepts as black PR in our society. And if you have never heard of black PR, let's continue to learn from Irina Moiseyevna Banova as she shares her understandings of the topic of black PR.
Well, PR is public relations and establishing communications of a certain corporation or a certain production company, so it could be public relations of an enterprise or a private person. And these PR events, which are held, are very often held in a way, like they say, of a black PR. Black PR is when we need maybe to tarnish a certain person. Now, when there is a competition in society, competition in elections, competition in choosing goods, competition in receiving some services. I mean, when there is sufficient competition, we have a conference about that, it will always be a black PR. So I work in a university and face the fact that in the reviews of students or graduates on the website of our university, there are various reviews. And there are some of both, positive and negative. So if we read these reviews, then as our applicant who enters into our university, what will they react to? Good ones or negative ones? And so I was faced with the fact that negative feedbacks among these reviews actually come from our competitors, as it turns out. After all, now any person can write a review, regardless whether they work at the university or they don't, study there, or maybe he or she just got to know about the university, and so on. So such reviews start to appear. That's what a black PR is. Relations. But PR agents should study the market, analyze public attitudes towards this issue, and then do certain PR campaigns. Many young people do not buy home TVs, or if they had a TV, they throw it away. That's because it is impossible to watch everything that's on television. Anyway, PR actions that are held against each other, this is actually very unpleasant reacting to them. So it's better not to watch them.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Banova. Dear friends, we want to hear from you in the comments if you support such a concept as a black PR, or if you have any questions about how it works. We would like to remind you we are live and will be answering your questions as we go. Now, let's watch the video segment from the program Beware Advertising of the Future from ALLATRA TV.
Let's take even show business, right?
Yes, because
it's easy to develop a person.
Everything can be developed. There are a lot of such technologies now which are not like those ones, of course, but just technologies which, let's say, first rumors are spread, then gossip, then one person says something, then another one, then the third one, and such sort of invisible marketing. I mean, the most sophisticated...
Black PR is especially effective, yes?
Of course, scandals, right.
When scandals arise, they sling mud at a person. My friends, do you know that black PR is one of the most effective means of popularization? Why? Because when we emotionally perceive someone in a negative way, we remember this. And then it's enough to show this singer once or twice. For example, or a politician, it doesn't matter. And he becomes popular. First, when we see something negative about him, what does it provoke in us? Disrespect.
Well, yes.
But it gives us a sense of superiority over him. He's such a scoundrel, while we are good after all. Then it causes a laugh. And then...
Several times we want to check what he is like, how much he has changed, and the serial sale begins.
Of course, and we begin to watch him,
yes,
whether we want it or not, and ultimately we listen to his music or we listen to his performances, and we literally become attached to him. Just imagine, if everyone praises a person all the time, he ceases to arouse interest. While if there are scandals, squabbles, why do some singers arrange unequal marriages, some quarrels, scandals? People need soap operas, they need emotion, or when the name of a politician is covered in such mud which is ridiculous. Well, I'm not going to mention the surnames, but there are politicians whose names are covered in so much mud, and nevertheless they are quite popular, and will be popular. Why? Because they cause interest in society. This black PR makes us participate in these soap operas, and the main character is either an actor or a politician. Isn't that so?
The main character is consciousness in all our heads.
Of course, of course.
Yes, this is right. The main enemy is our consciousness and uncontrollable thoughts. It is obvious that we are being controlled and manipulated by advertisements, mass media, PR, and all the marketing efforts that surround us. We are losing our own identity and personality to peer pressure, manipulation, and control of the masses. And right now, let's check on your comments from social media networks. And again, we are live, so please leave your comments on Facebook and YouTube. We are checking on them and we will read them out loud. So one comment comes from Dimitri, and he says, when you drive in the big city, it feels that every single corner is all about advertisement. You can't even look anywhere. Tatiana writes, it is very strange that such huge amount of advertisement that we have right now is considered the norm, and it is everywhere. And then another one is from Anna, and she shares with us, I would love to live in the world without advertisement. How can we do it? Stay tuned, we will answer that question. It's actually very easy. And right now, let's come back and talk more about important topic. Tanya, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello everyone. The next topic is psychology of the masses. Techniques used to put an individual in the group and the way in which he behaves in groups are studied by the psychology of the masses. Gustave Le Bon, a French physician in the turn of 19th to 20th century, is today considered to be the founder of the mass psychology. People have a natural tendency to be part of the group, but what if someone deliberately tries to trim them into group because it is easier to manipulate? Le Bon's masterwork, The Psychology of Mass, which strongly influenced his contemporaries Freud and Max Weber, is still relevant today. They agree with Le Bon's theory that man in the masses loses his individuality and is exclusively driven by shared emotions which spread in the masses like an attachment. Le Bon says that those who want to influence masses should not logically explain their arguments, but simplify their ideas and convey them into seductive, colorful images, because masses love plays, movies, and myths. For example, Americans have created an image of the perfect soldier in the movies. He is brave, strong, intelligent, and above all, charming. People around the world who have watched these movies have swallowed the ideas of an indestructible, omnipotent American soldier whose actions are always right. Images can be invoked by proper use of words. When the masses starts to hate an image due to political upheavals and changed beliefs, a skilled speaker or advertisement change the words, but essence remain the same. These some simple ideas from which both logic and scientific proof have been removed should be repeated as many times as possible with the same words if possible, because the masses often while accept them as a proven truth. For example, since we have heard that the chocolate X is the best chocolate, we start to believe or think that we have heard it for many sides and we see it as we see it ourselves. Speakers and consequent advertisement addressing to masses are not focused on their common sense but on their emotions, so provoking emotions in the masses is one of the most important techniques of propaganda. Masses are extremely susceptible to the influences of authority and gullible, uncritical and receptive. Individual in the masses behaves completely differently from how he would behave if he is alone and cannot explain what happened with him. Man in the masses get a sense of immense power, a sense of responsibility disappears, he cannot distinguish truth from lies, he becomes unconscious of the result of his actions, Freud and Serge Moscovici wrote about it. Consciousness is narrowed, man is dominated by material desires, emotions and instincts, and his true nature is completely blocked. This shows how mass fits perfectly into the consumer mindset. In the consumer society, groups are purposely created that are manipulated and led into directions that social engineers want. For example, various brands are formed that are imposed on people as authorities that are masses followed. In fashion, sports, pop rock groups, and for example, the Beatles are a good example. Some sports brands like Nike, Adidas hire a famous athlete and thus direct the whole group of his followers in the direction of buying this product. It is important to point that once again that in mass man loses his individuality. He is doomed to belong to a group and thus to obedience to authority, where that authority is the state, church, the president, corporation, or a media, as long as he shifts responsibility to others. A man who takes responsibility for his life, for his decisions and actions, man who is aware of his true nature and who understands how the system works, will not allow the masses to influence him in any way. He will recognize the imposed impulses from the outside and will not succumb to them. In the creative society, the joint action of people will not be through the masses, it will not be guided by emotions or instincts. People will be guided exclusively by honesty, kindness, and conscience.
Wow, thank you, Tanya. Can you imagine living in a world where honesty, openness, and the best human values are celebrated? Wouldn't you want to be a part of creative society so you can become a human with a capital H? Where the main value is human life and freedom? Where's the individuality of each person valuable?
While you think about that, let's discuss the topic of media influence on our children and why no one is protected against the advertisement. Jason, please, share your findings with us.
Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all here. Thank you for the wonderful and serious topics and pointing out why we absolutely need the creative society. So in the early 40s, advertising was coupled with a chocolate bar on Saturdays, puppet shows for children. Ever since that point, it led to expected results for those with knowledge, but those without it, it may seem that it was nothing. The people that started doing this already had the knowledge of signs, symbols, and their effect on the human subconscious, particularly upon a child's subconscious. This influence of advertising allows a child to leverage its ability at home and influence its parents based upon those ads or advertisements. And again, that mechanism is via behavior, persuasion, and the subconscious. There are hotly debated effects and questions regarding advertising at this time. For example, questions that need answered. At what age is it appropriate to advertise to a child? Meaning, will a child know it's being advertised to, or will it know it's being persuaded? And this determines whether or not we know children perceive the information around them appropriately. But why does this, even not knowing the answer to this question, stop us from regulating advertisement, given what we've been told today by everyone here? I'm going to point out and reveal a few points of data of a study done by Stoneman and Brody. They studied the advertising effects on children, particularly the purchase request of children. And they also sought to find out the things we're trying to find out today. But the conclusion of their study was that marketing and advertising leaves children vulnerable and gives them the ability to influence their parents. It's a bit strange, isn't it? But that's what things are like in the consumer society. That is exactly how things are. The information we receive, we then use it against each other, or we use it for our desires. It is no different for a child. Let's dive a little bit more. Okay? Currently today, these are the negative effects of advertising on children. Some of them have been highlighted by our speakers today and our host. It influences their buying decisions, provokes tobacco and alcohol consumption, causes eating disorders. America, the country I reside in, has a leading amount of obese children. Think about that as we talked about McDonald's today. Develops materialistic feelings. I'm going to elaborate on that. Materialistic feelings is where we treat each other as a transaction. We don't have any stake in being kind to each other. It is just simply a transaction. Beguiles children to do dangerous stunts and perform that which they had seen on television. This one, everyone knows this one, influences them to resort to impulsive buying without any critical thinking of whether or not they actually need the object that they're seeking. Influences them to like high-end and expensive things. Today, one of our speakers spoke about Jordans. In the United States, every child wants a pair of Jordans. Provokes violence and aggressive thoughts. This one is quite important because this is how children interact with each other if they don't know any different. If they've never been shown kindness, whether it's from advertising or their home environment, this is their reaction because of that perceived information, is to treat each other in a threatening manner in order to ascertain something they felt they needed. But there's hope. The American Pediatric Association does recommend a few following guidelines for parents and anyone who is responsible or in a responsible position for children. But I will tell you, that responsible person is every single one of us in society. All children are our children, and all of us are responsible for upbringing a human being. But this is what they recommend. Build digital privacy and design. Know what your children, or those you're taking care of, are downloading. Makes sense, right? That way you can assist them in being informed in the information they are obtaining. Notice they didn't say influence their choice. Enhance and monitor privacy settings on their personal devices. If your child is really going to have a tablet and they're underneath the age of 8 years old, at the very least, create some settings for those personal devices, to include the TVs. Teach the children to analyze. Now, that doesn't work necessarily for children underneath the age of 8, but you can surely ask your child questions, as they recommend. How do they perceive that information? Not how do you perceive it, but ask your child questions, how do they perceive it? And if your child cannot speak to you about what they're feeling or about what they think, they probably shouldn't be watching that device. Another important one, because of public education, it is very important for us to speak and be transparent with the administrators and the public school teachers and those that oversee our children. Because a lot of technological classes, there isn't an oversight of what information that child is taking in. So you may be doing all the things you can at home, but if you're not sharing your experience and discussing that with the people that are going to be taking care of your children for 8 to 10 hours out of a day, it really doesn't do any good what you're doing at home for the 4 or 5 hours you have them. In conclusion, this is just a short list of effects that we know of that's being studied today. It is not meant to be exhaustive. And it needs to be studied more within the scope of psychology and developmental psychology in particular. Since a majority of people do not know who they are, Let me ask you a question. How can they know the consequence of the information they're receiving? How can they make a decision? Advertising implants images, desires, and patterns, not only in adults, but to our most vulnerable population, our children, the future generations. These children begin to attribute or assign those images as it's discussed in psychology, meaning they think what information they have coming in and they start assigning it to themselves as a characteristic, as the I, or it's me, it's my like, it's my want, not knowing it's not their want, need, or desire. Today, how many children are being raised by devices? This is actually a topical, very hotly discussed topic within our society today. A lot of our children are being raised by electronic devices. Why should you care? Well, I hope today the information you've ascertained up to this point shows you should care and should get involved and should discuss these things, especially if you're a parent. At this time, there is a positive correlation between ADHD and advertisement. For those that don't know, ADHD is attention deficit hyperactive disorder. There's a funny joke about it. I don't have ADHD, I'm just thinking. But we all should think about that. Why is it a person's being compounded with thoughts after thoughts after thoughts after thoughts? Where does it come from? Just maybe. It's a positive correlation to advertisement and the overload of information and lack of regulation of that information. Thank you all so much.
It really makes life easier when you have order in your life. And when I constantly accumulate things, it's very hard to maintain order, so it's probably due to what we get from the media, often subliminally, and that this is presented to us as something that's going to make us happy. You can see it very clearly in the advertisements that are especially on television, but nowadays also on YouTube and on various websites. And then people feel that if I don't have those things, I'm unsuccessful, I'm unhappy. And if I have those things, I'll be happy. And then when they get those things, they find out that it's not that what made them permanently happy. It was instantaneous. And the real happiness, the real joy of life is somewhere else entirely.
We know that everyone is chasing happiness. But in consumer-driven society, happiness looks like an accumulation of things that we cannot take with us when we die. So what is the point in it? And why do we agree to this game? Why do we not question things that surround us, but instead continue being slaves to the consumerist format for the past 6,000 years? We now just heard many speakers on the topics of how we are being manipulated in our daily life by advertisements, how we have built immunity and don't see it happening to us. We think that someone else is being influenced by advertising, marketing, manipulation, propaganda, black PR, fake news, but not me. As you have heard today, everyone is in the same boat. So where are we going? And why? And what is the most valuable resources that is being stolen from us daily? It is our attention.
Dear friends, you're watching the Kaleidoscope of Facts number 14, Impact of Advertising and the power of attention. On ALLATRA TV, we are live and broadcasting to more than 20 languages simultaneously. On all major social media platforms, we are here to answer the questions and find a way forward, which is creative society. More information on ALLATRAunites.com. Please join us as we move to our second part. As you were able to hear and see in today's format of society, where the focus is on profit, companies and individuals are using various techniques to influence you to buy their product or service. You may not even notice that we are exposed to this every day. They used not only obvious and noticeable practices, but also those that are hidden and people usually don't notice them. And with this, we will continue in our second part of Kaleidoscope of Facts. We will look at these practices from the perspective of science. I would like to welcome Tatiana Zinchenko, a psychologist who also participated in analyzing the artificial consciousness Jackie. Welcome, Tatiana. It is good to see you.
Greetings, dear friends. Today I'm glad to investigate together with you such an important and relevant topic as advertising and attention. I will tell in detail what neurobiological mechanisms advertising technologies use to influence people's choices and behavior. Unfortunately, we live in a consumer society where the basis of the economy is stimulation of people to constantly buy more and more goods or services. The main tool for this purpose is advertising. A person who lives in such a society in the language of marketing is called a consumer or a user. Advertising is aimed at attracting and keeping persons' attention on certain information. It's a stimulus which is to lead to a purchase. Every year, advertising is becoming more and more aggressive and manipulative. Modern advertising strategies affect subconscious mechanisms, bypassing rational thinking and critical analysis. There is even a new scientific trend called neuromarketing. Neuromarketing is the practical application of neuropsychology in marketing by studying the physiological and neurobiological reactions of a human to various advertising incentives. For this purpose, special equipment and methods are used: MRI, computer EEG, MET, magnetoencephalography, polygraph, lie detector, eye micro-movement tracking, eye tracking, and reading of emotions on the face by micro-movements of facial muscles, etc. It is all done in order to find out how a person really reacts to a product or advertising incentives, what emotions he is experiencing, and what he is going to do, whether he wants it or not, whether he is enjoying something, showing empathy, disgust, or indifference, and which elements of content he is paying attention to in different formats: billboards, signboards, website, videos, games, or apps. Neuromarketing on the internet uses artificial intelligence for psychodiagnosis, which not only analyzes all the data received, but also collects information, taking into account hundreds of biomarkers. Neuromarketing analyzes physiological indicators, which allows us to track the reaction of the buyer on a subconscious level, even before that choice is made, allowing for a much deeper analysis. It means to select those triggers that are more likely to work for that particular category of consumers. In conventional surveys, people may give socially desirable answers, maintaining the image of a good person. Neuromarketing eliminates all of these distortions. It is essentially a set of knowledge and methods for manipulating people's minds and behavior in its purest form. Neuromarketing appeared only in 2002. The term was first used by Bright House, Atlanta, USA, which published the first article in this field and sponsored the first neuromarketing research. But it is already being taught at universities, and Nobel Peace Prizes are being won for research in this field. Many large companies and IT giants have entire departments for neuromarketing research, such as Microsoft, Google, Apple, and Facebook, Hyundai, PayPal, Cheetos, PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, Nestle, etc. If the content is catchy, a cleaning song that sticks in your head, or certain images or phrases from commercials keep popping up in your mind, you know that is probably a neuromarketing commercial that's been released after a neuromarketing test. In what normal society would aggressive and manipulative technologies be actively and absolutely openly introduced into all spheres, taught and supported in the scientific community? How does it work? Advertising always targets the instinctive programs of the human primary consciousness. What is meant by the term subconscious? This is the need for safety, survival, reproduction, and the desire for alpha importance, or the desire to be the dominant individual in the circle of his own kind. Advertising activates these programs using the mechanisms of unconscious imitation based on a system of mirror neurons. In 1992 in Parma, under the leadership of Giacomo Rizzolatti, some studies were conducted on the brain of macaques in order to analyze how the motor function of the body is carried out. When monkeys performed any movement, activity was observed F5 zone, the premotor zone of the cerebral cortex. The neurons in this part of the brain became active not only while performing any action, but also when the macaques observed how other monkeys were about to perform or performed any action. It was as if observation and action were the same thing. During further study of mirror neurons in humans, they were found not only in the motor cortex but also in the sensory, associated with processing information from 5 sense organs, associative and subcortical structures such as the amygdala nuclei, the putamen, and insular cortex. These neurons are associated with a number of functions, learning by imitation, empathy, and imagination. We put ourselves in another person's shoes, try to see things through their eyes, and experience the same pleasure or suffering as if we were doing it ourselves. For example, you're watching a commercial, a slim, attractive, middle-aged woman in cozy, homely clothing, drinking coffee from a delicious cup. Her face is calm and demonstrates exquisite pleasure. And at the end of the clip, a pleasant-looking, fit and clearly respectable, confident man, judging by his clothes, demeanor and accessories, embraces her. She turns her head and they smile at each other. When we watch the commercial, we put ourselves in this woman's shoes, and despite the fact that we already, for example, are not as young, well-groomed, have gained extra pounds, do not live in such an exquisite house, but at this moment we feel the same pleasure as the woman in the commercial, and will go buy that kind of cup of coffee machine, depending on what was advertised. Because in our minds, this is the way to alpha status and security. You will be just as loved, appreciated, graceful, surrounded by the care of an equally strong, respectable man, the alpha male, if you drink this kind of coffee. Absurd, but precisely such thoughts and associations arise in our mind due to the mechanisms of unconscious imitation. What is more, before we put ourselves in this woman's shoes, our consciousness had already gone through processes of evaluation and comparison of ourselves to her for alpha importance. It is precisely because she looks cooler that we so easily succumbed to the power of this program of primary consciousness. Alpha importance is sold, and not a product, service, or illusion of security, and of course the possibility to experience pleasure. Conventionally, having something or using a service, I will be more significant, respectable, respected, better, more influential than others. Even if the advertising is any text or there is no person, but only goods, it will work the same way, causing the same associations, only the movie will be watched not on screen, but in your imagination. And the same unconscious imitation program will be activated based on the work of mirror neurons. The results of various neurobiological studies show us that in the brain we will observe the same processes regardless of whether we observe something in reality or it is only representations, imaginary images in our mind. Thus, neuromarketing exploits a necessary and useful brain mechanism which we need for our development, learning, and understanding each other for its own benefit. When these programs are successfully implemented, for example by purchasing a certain product or service, positive emotions of joy, pleasure, euphoria arise in the consciousness, and in the brain we observe activation of neurons in the rewarding mesocortical limbic system of the brain, in the so-called pleasure area, and correspondingly a burst of certain pleasure neurotransmitters, dopamine and internal opiates, endorphins and enkephalins. If a person has not been able to implement these programs due to a lack of some resources, a partner's or parents' consent to purchase something or money in time, etc., he will experience the negative emotions, activation of neurons in the punishment system of the brain, limbic system, cingulate gyrus, amygdala, and release of neurotransmitters of suffering, frustration or stress. Acetylcholine, noradrenaline, cortisol. But both positive and negative emotions will eventually lead a person to a purchase, in the first case to gain pleasure, and the second to reduce suffering. In recent years, many experts have noted an increase of number of patients with a new form of addiction, especially during the pandemic, as people were buying a lot online due to the use of manipulative information technologies in advertising. The reason is spontaneous online shopping. People, as if in a trance or under hypnosis, engaged in a completely different activity on the internet shortly before, make purchases when they come across an advertisement in a state of strong emotional excitement. To do this, they take out loans and borrow money, often microcredits at huge interest rates, and when they cool down and realize what they have done, they are completely bewildered and do not remember how and how much money they had borrowed. Then it's all happening again. This new information addiction is very similar to what happens with gambling. Naturally, it leads to family conflicts, divorces, people losing their jobs, etc. To protect yourself from the aggressive effects of advertising, it is very important to maintain an observer attitude toward those thoughts, emotions and desires that arise, critical analysis, and most importantly, to carefully monitor and not allow the unconscious imitation program to unfold on the basis of alpha importance. It is easy if a person, or better all of society, begin to live with other values themselves, to strive, give, develop, learn and to improve themselves and the world around them. In the creative society, manipulative technologies will be banned at the state level, and advertising will only be used to inform people.
Спасибо большое за внимание. Передаю слово следующему спикеру.
Thank you, Tatiana, for such a detailed explanation of how global marketing companies are using our attention and knowledge of neuroscience for their own purposes. Attention is the main power in every aspect of life, and it's very important for people to understand that. The resource of attention for human beings is limited. So what is attention and why it is so important to use it wisely? Where is this powerful source is coming from? Who and why distract us from the main goal of our life? Our next speakers, Eva Lещенко and Alena Gritsenko, will tell us more about the power of attention and its main value for each person. Ева, the floor is yours.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья! Рада сегодня быть с вами. Как говорил предыдущий спикер, Татьяна Зинченко, кандидат психологических...
Hello, our friends. I'm happy to be here. As Tatiana Zinchenko was saying, if content catches you up, if some music constantly plays around in your head and some phrases from advertisement, then you should know for sure that this video was published out after neuromarketing advertisement. In order to begin in our head exactly this program. A person always has a choice to move along a straight road to his goal or turn off being distracted by illusions and go another way. And always, when we pay with the most valuable resource by our attention. So, how does it activate information? Let's start by looking at what its official sources say about. Attention in the concentration and force of mental activity on a particular object and decision it made between voluntarily and voluntarily attention when the choice of object of attention is made consciously, deliberately. The characteristics of attention stability, volume, the number of objects can be perceived and recorded by a person in a relatively short moment of time. Distribution, the ability to hold in the field of consciousness the objects of different activities. It was explained in the modern explanatory dictionary. In Dali's explanation dictionary, it is stated to take heed in the sense of to listen attentively, to listen, and to absorb by the ear. Simply put, human attention in the ability to show heightened interest and to direct his energy towards some goals or objects. The main properties of attention are stability, volume, distribution, switching, and concentration. Depending on whether we choose to pay attention consciously or unconsciously, we can distinguish three types of attention. Involuntarily, attention occurs when a person unconsciously pays attention to novelty, bright pictures, music, or other emotional stimulus that arise unexpectedly. The task of advertising is to attract our involuntary attention and to raise desire. Voluntary attention is when a person consciously seeks and stops at the information his or her needs. Post-voluntarily attention is also characterized by a person's conscious choice, but it lacks the attention which is a typical feature of voluntary attention. It may be sustained for hours. Say a person wants a car, he will devote his attention solely to it, gathering all the information related to it, whereas he goes and may spend a long time doing so until he makes his choice. Involuntarily and post-voluntarily attention are more commonly used in advertisement. What does the word attention mean in different languages? In Chinese, hieroglyph of attention has three parts. The first part is prefix meaning note, the second part as thoughts, having in mind, and the third part is power. Thus, attention in Chinese means the directed force of thought. In Latin, attention operam is made up to two parts, op for help and for being. Loosely translated as providing help. In English, we have such a pay attention, and in Chinese there is also directed power of thoughts. In Ivrit it's translated as put your heart, and in Russian the word внимание, it's formed from comes from to take, with the prefix vn, inside, in. In all languages, there is a clue that attention is a resource, specifically our inner resource, which we manage. Thus, we come to the point where attention is a kind of a currency with which we are free to pay for this or that, order to acquire something for ourselves. Attention. Next speaker will talk about it in more details. Hello, dear friends. Thank you, Anna. Yeah, and we continue. To understand what it means that the resource of attention is limited, let's consider an associative example where the person's life is a direct road leading to a true goal. The beginning of life is the beginning of the journey on which a person is given a body as a car and one tank of gasoline as the energy for movement. A person always have a choice to move along a straight road to his goal or turn off being distracted by illusions and go another way or in the opposite direction. In the second case, he will not have enough gasoline to get to the goal. It will remain lying somewhere around and landfall by the road. And now we listen to the video.
In quantum physics, we have these waves of possibility. So the question is, how do the waves of possibility become actual events in our experience? And observers seem to be included because we, human beings, are the only ones we know that actually have experiences. So this question was very difficult to answer because No material interactions can do it. This was what von Neumann was showing from quantum mathematics. No material interaction can convert waves of possibility into events of experience of the observer. So how is the observer observing a quantum object? This question is the basic question of all science, not just physics. How does the world exist in manifestation at all? Because in quantum physics, it literally says that the universe itself is all just potentiality. And of course, von Neumann tried to answer that maybe the observer's consciousness does it, because he was daring enough to propose that maybe it's time to admit that there are some non-physical stuff, non-material stuff in the world. This is an extremely important question, because attention is everything. Attention is the ability to focus on a particular subject. The mind is, if you allow it to be controlled by the brain, this is the thing. What we don't realize is that if the brain scientists were right, then of course we would be the brain, and we would behave like the brain. And the fact is that the brain, once conditioned into the me-centeredness and, of course, negative emotions and pleasure circuits that the brain already has, and additionally this information addiction, that's another very vile habit that brain picks up today, which it didn't have yesterday. But that's the way it is. So then if we live like the brain, then what happens? The brain is constantly bombarded with stimuli. And the brain will be attracted to this stimulus or that stimulus, depending on the conditioning of the brain. That response of the brain from one instant to another may not at all have anything to do with meaning of my life, purpose of my life at all. It would be basically random thoughts sort of guiding me. And many people live that way. They're called drifters. They cannot keep attention. They drift from one to another to another. Kids, hyperactive, cannot pay attention, right? People who pay attention, why are they paying attention? They are paying attention because they attach meaning to it. They break into the brain's habit. Hey, that's not meaningful. I don't want to do that. I want to do this. This is meaningful to me. So that's how we do it. Without the meaningful mind and without consciousness, the ability of being the real boss, that I can overrule the brain's habit of randomness. You know, quantum ultimately is also random because probability calculation works there. So we have a bunch of responses. We are able to choose usually, but if we allow the brain to take over, then it's random. It becomes random. That's a normal way of operation for the brain. It is with our consciousness, with our mind, with our meaningfulness that we want to give, with the purpose that we want to bring, that we change, to overrule the brain and change our direction to focusing to a particular problem of meaning that I want to focus on. Okay? And we are nearly forgetting that in the present culture, especially, you know, social media. It really dumbs down people. They don't have the ability of paying attention anymore. If we leave meaning and purpose, what happens? This is the question that you have to ask. And the answer is really beautiful. How we create heaven? We create heaven by creating a soul for ourselves. Soul is what is going to take us to heaven. So soul creation is what? Soul creation is the creation of meaning and purposeful thing, memory of meaning and purpose that we serve. Purpose is to embody these archetypes: love, beauty, justice, truth, abundance, power in a good way, power to empower others, wholeness. These are the things that we cultivate and embody as much software as we can make. This is soul software. But the problem really is that, okay, do we stay forever at the survival level? Do we ever go into soul making en masse? Because you were asking before about this collective memory, unless we return to that connectedness, and this time in spite of the mind.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Goswami. It is obvious from your words that attention is a power, a force through which the so-called waves of opportunities become our actual experience. What kind of force is it, and where does a person take it? In physics, force is a measure of impact on an object due to which it changes its state. In psychology, force is an ability to resist external or internal influences and an ability to initiate new processes or actions. In ancient societies of the East, there is a concept of force and power associated with the power of God. Philologist and PhD in philology Mikhail Maryanov, in his work Force, Concept and Work, he says that in Harris Papyrus, ancient Egypt, 2nd millennia BC, there is a word net, which means deified force. In the same work, the Sumerians considered the divine word as a means for manifest the power of the gods. When your word breaks out, trees and herbs grow on the earth. The concept of power is interpreted as divine power. This concept is semantically connected with Haju, life force. To define the essence of the concept of the force or power of attention, let's turn to the books ALLATRA and the Primordial ALLATRA Physics Report. According to ancient primordial knowledge, the power of attention is a huge vital energy in which the creating power of ALLAT is focused. The concentration of attention is able to focus and accumulate certain types of energies, the search of which generates the act of action, the creation of something, emotions, thoughts, actions, events, invisible and invisible words. And it forms a fate of a person during the life of after the death of his or her physical body. So we can see that the power of attention is the concentrated power of ALLAT. But what is this power of ALLAT, and where does a human get it? We found answer in the books by Anastasia Nova. The power of ALLAT is the power that comes from the world of God. It's the primary force which begets the primordial initial action. In the mythology, this power is called the mother of all things, the creating divine feminine principle, the mother bird, the will of God, the power of God's thought. According to ancient spiritual knowledge, it is the power of Allah that arranges everything in the visible and invisible worlds, makes everything move, be in motion, transform, according to a certain plan. It is after the concentration of this power that the entire system of the animal mind is chasing. Why do they chase for it? We'll find in the video the value of attention.
You have talked about games and the fact that in games it is programmed where a character is going, and there was exactly such an experiment with photons where there was, well, a roughly similar theory concerning this world too, that for as long as there is attention of a human, this does exist, but as soon as the attention disappears, it ceases to exist. Well, is this world really sort of built in such a way that if you take attention away from something, it no longer exists?
Of course. And what for? After all, what takes place here? I'll say even more. A demon is alive for as long as a human is alive, meaning humanity. The system exists for as long as soul-filled beings exist. Once there are no soul-filled beings anymore, there will be no system. It is pointless. What is it needed for?
That is, it lives solely due to our attention, and that's all? It has no other resource?
Absolutely. But what for?
Meaning, it draws in detail the reality at which an observer's gaze is directed, right? That is, from a wave into a particle.
I'll put it simply. What are all these gadgets powered with?
Electricity, energy.
Absolutely right. Attention is what?
Energy.
What does it originate from? From personality.
From personality.
What does personality get it from?
From the soul.
What does the soul get it from?
From the spiritual world.
The spiritual world is pure, Allah.
Yes, it's the source of life.
That's the answer for you.
So we understand that the power of attention is the most valuable resource for a human. Directed power of attention can make changes in the surrounding world. Thanks to this force, this power, the entire material world exists, including advertising. With no attention, there will not be advertising. Thanks a lot. I give the floor to the next speaker.
Microphone. Yes, thank you. Hello, dear friends. Alona, Yeva, thank you, ladies, so much. Surprisingly, most of us barely know anything about attention, though it is the primary tool which we use every moment of our lives. We use it literally in everything we do, irrespective of whether we do this just in our head or in the real world. True scientists and true explorers, they understand how important it is to learn all possible manifestations of the subject they are studying. They look at it from different angles and from different perspectives. Thus, today, together with learning various definitions of attention, etymology of attention in different languages, and types of attention, it was truly interesting to look at the role of attention from the perspective of quantum physics, to find out how the Egyptians and the Sumerians defined the concept of power, and of course, to get a deeper understanding of the power of attention through the concept of ALLATRA in primordial ALLATRA physics. I believe that today every person has found in all the aforementioned something that has helped to comprehend the essence and the importance of attention. Thank you, ladies, so much once more. And the study of any question would not be complete without experimental evidence. There have been many experiments around the world at various times by scientists and by enthusiasts that in one way or another have involved the power of attention. And our next speaker will tell about the links of such unexpected things as water, its photograph, and Facebook, as meditators and crime rate in Washington, as random number generators, and the funeral of Princess Diana. Quite intriguing, I would say. We are all ears, Ksenia.
Thank you. Dear all, my name is Ksenia. As previous speakers highlighted, attention is the key in our life, as it's a power, a vital force, a creative force. Scientists all around the world stating that by uniting together towards a common goal, we have a significant effect. With improvement of telecommunication technologies and the emergence of the social distancing phenomenon, the remote experiment was conducted by Sergei Kernbach in 2020 and was published in the Journal of Emerging Trends in Science, Association of Unconventional Science. About 300 active and 10,000 passive participants participated in a remote experiment of 30 minutes duration. Those sessions were synchronized via Facebook, and during which participants were asked to concentrate attention on the photo with the water, as well as send love to all participants and wish them a stronger health and immune system. The results confirm that concentration of collective attention is capable of changing the electrochemical and thermochemical dynamics of aqueous solutions for instrumental detection. Mass media and social media play a leading role as an instrument for unification of people. Another experiment was conducted in 1993 by quantum physicist John Hagelin in Washington, D.C. Due to 2,500 meditators, the crime rate dropped by 25%, which means that a relatively small group of few thousands were able to influence much larger group of 1.5 million citizens. Conclusion. By uniting and putting attention into positive emotion, people create a specific information field, which is in line with the idea of creative society. If we all unite, we use the power of synchronization. We can achieve a great outcome for all of us. I would also like to draw your attention to the project called Global Consciousness, which was conducted by Roger Nelson, PhD, Director of Global Consciousness Project, which looked at whether there was interaction between people over long distances. A random number generator continuously generated random numbers which were recorded on a hard drive over a period of 12 years and from the locations of around 70 locations all around the world. As a result, experiment provided evidence that effects of synchronized collective attention, defined as mass consciousness, were recorded on the world-spanning network of physical devices. In other words, researchers were able to capture the change in the behavior of the random number generator, as many people turned their attention to a single event. Indicators of anomalous data structure are correlated specifically with the moments of importance to humans. For example, as you all were aware of funeral of Princess Diana, the memorial ceremony for Mother Teresa, etc. This study evidenced that human consciousness and emotions are actually part of the physical world. The data shows that we come together in an effective interaction in response to great events on the world stage. However, we are not conscious of this. As well, it was concluded that compassion is an international connecting emotion, while fear drives us towards personal survival. It separates us. Similar idea was brought by scientist, futurist, and award-winning author Dr. Schwartz, who was invited to share his knowledge during the International Online Conference about Creative Society, United We Can, which took place in December 2020. He explained the concept of quotidian choice. It means that throughout the day, people committedly make the most compassionate, life-affirming, and fostering of well-being choices. When shared with many, it's more powerful than any other force. He stated that violent change succeeds only 25% of the time, whereas non-violent change succeeds 75%. I suggest we watch a fragment from the program with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, during which he is sharing with viewers on how we can apply the power of collective attention, the concept of egregore and use of it for the benefit of our society, and create a wonderful world for our children.
Because what will any violence mean? A consumerist format. We cannot build the creative society through violence, while in order for us to do something, we should consolidate all of our human resources. You see, there is such a notion as an egregore. In this case, an egregore is understood as our overall potential, the overall human potential, which we can invest together in order to resuscitate our planet, repair our house, and for all of us to survive. That's the way it is. We are talking precisely about the egregore. There is no other way to do that. And again, when 10 years ago we were literally 7 billion, we wouldn't have managed to do that. Now we can do it. Why? Because there are 8 billion of us. We are much stronger, smarter, and more technologically advanced than we were 10 years ago. We can withstand these challenges, but we can only withstand them together. And in order to join hands together, we need to give up many things: foolishness, stupidity, selfishness, alpha, and pridefulness. These trifles that will disappear anyway, in fact. But the question is, will they disappear together with us, or will they disappear without us in humanity? Humanity will remain, but the stupidity will disappear. Or will it disappear together with us, together with humanity? It's up to us to decide, my friends. And the issue is serious. Unfortunately, these are not jokes.
I would like to share one more experiment, Global Coherence Initiative, led by Roland McRae, PhD, Director of Research at the Institute of Hard Math, and Annette Dulé, PhD, Geologist, Marine Geochemist, and Researcher. They stated that if all living systems are indeed intercorrelated and communicate with each other via biological, electromagnetic, and non-local fields, it stands to no reason that humans can work together in a co-creative relationship to consciously increase the coherence in the global field environment, which in turn distributes this information to all living systems within this field. Every individual contributes to the global field environment, and each person's attitudes, intentions, and emotional experiences count. A person can have an impact on a lot of things when correctly investing its own power. If the person knows that he or she has it, and it knows how to use it. Let's watch a fragment of the program about synchronization and the power of the collective attention.
How we should unite, isn't it, my friends? I'm saying again, we don't unite either wallets or refrigerators or nothing. Neither families, nor houses, nor gardens. No one should lose anything. We just get synchronized by investing our attention in one goal in order for us to do this. Can we do this? Easily, my friends. So we must do it.
You have noted quite correctly regarding synchronization. There are a lot of experiments indicating that in nature, in numerous systems, there exists a synchronization effect.
Of course.
Which scientist Huygens discovered as long ago as in the 17th century. And he said he noticed this when observing wall clocks that began to work in unison over time.
Several clocks.
Right, several clocks. And they simply began to work in unison. He just ascertained that while standing on the same basis, they come into resonance.
Pendulum.
Meaning onto one wave. Yes, electromagnetic resonance arises between two pendulums.
Yes, and here's another interesting point. A lot of experiments were conducted on this basis, and attention was paid to it. So, my friends, I'll ask you a simple question. Just imagine there is a platform, and there are two pendulums standing on it. They work asynchronously. And after a while, they begin to synchronize. It's clear that it's owing to the platform. And now the question. Imagine one platform with two pendulums, and another platform with 10 pendulums. And all 10 pendulums are working on their frequencies, meaning they're completely asynchronous. Which of these systems will stabilize more quickly? And a resonance will begin. A simple question. What do you think?
The one with 10 pendulums.
Yes, the one with 10 pendulums, but consciousness says the one with 2. Why? It will be faster for 2 pendulums than for 10. No, my friends. 10 pendulums come into resonance much faster than 2. Again, regarding unification, if we take, for instance, that very Tsiolkovsky, right?
Right.
When two people unite, their mental strength or aura is amplified 7 times, yes? Isn't it interesting?
And with each subsequent one, it is amplified even more. So if there are 3,
it is raised to a power. In other words, if...
Correct. If 3 people unite, it's already 7 to the 2nd power.
Meaning it is amplified 49 times.
Of course. Isn't it interesting?
But what's important is that it happens, let's say, on the same wave. And there should be one goal. It is very important.
Certainly. And it's very important here. He also noted that there should be one idea, one goal, and our attention should come into it, meaning we should come into resonance for achieving one goal. This is what we are talking about when establishing a creative society. Our unification is only needed so that we all together put our attention into one goal and implement it. So we must resonate, not dissonate with each other, right? Then we will build it very easily and quickly. Everything depends, my friends, again, on our aspirations and on the power we invest. And human power, the true power, is in our attention. If we invest it there, but again, we invest it due to our desire to make the world a better place for ourselves. We do not contradict even those very patterns of consumerism. We want to create a beautiful, safe world for our children. This is a true legacy that we can leave for them. Isn't it so? We give them not only tomorrow, but also day after tomorrow. Isn't it worth it for us to spend a little time and attention on this? It is worth it, my friends. Life is worth it.
Those experiments demonstrate that attention is the power, a vital as well as a creative force. On what we put our attention, it begins to live within us and becomes our reality. In other words, paying attention to specific information such as images, thoughts, or desires will launch a program for life. Because we give our energy for implementation, it transforms the chosen information into the reality. Attention plays a key role in our life. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ksenia, for sharing with us your research. It is clear the information gets activated by our attention. It's truly important for people to realize what amazing power we keep within ourselves and our responsibility for the choices we make. Dear viewers, let's look at the process from the neuroscience perspective in advertising. Marek Jakubas will tell us more about the core of advertising. Marek, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alla. So, friends, let me just remind you that in our conference today, we explore the impact of advertising and the power of our attention. So, what is advertising at its core? In fact, it is the ordered information. And where do we put our attention to? Again, we put our attention into information so that we can better understand how it works. Let's deep dive into the micro world and see how the information itself works. Today, we are used to perceiving the material world as the primary one, but attention to what is at its core. So to begin with, let me give you a simple example from our life showing that creation of matter begins with information. How are houses built? First, we're building a house. Then we form the idea of what kind of house we want. We make plans, and finally we build a house. So this case proves that the information precedes realization in matter. If we look at it from a different perspective, from perspective of physics, so first we set basically our needs. That is the information defining acceptable possibilities, such as how many rooms a house should have, or how big it should have, its color, etc. And when we invest money, in other words, our attention, the company starts to build a house according to the plan, or in other words, the master plan. And in such way, the house will turn into reality. That means that first we order information, attention, and obtain a material result. For how it happens, let's watch a short video.
Imagine that you've decided to have a kind of experiment. For this, you need water, a glass aquarium, and small building blocks for making shapes. They are as light as foam plastic, and their colour is, let's say, not the usual white, but transparent. Your actions. In an empty glass aquarium, you build a beautiful castle using the transparent building blocks of foam plastic, like child's toy construction set, with a lot of rooms, towers, and so on. When you connect one transparent building block with another, there appears a certain colour that is visible to your eye. In other words, you have a plan in your head how to build a castle. You have the will to create it, and force by applying which you are building with this unusual material. Next, you have built the castle, which became visible thanks to such connections, and now you can admire its beauty, volume, and the complexity of its architecture. Then, continuing the experiment, you fill the aquarium with water. What will happen? Suppose the water will be filling the aquarium with such a force, pressure, that it will destroy the castle you have constructed. At that, the foam plastic building blocks, which once were the walls, roofs, and elements of your castle, will now start to float to the water surface, some separately, becoming invisible again, and others will float in groups, clusters, which still remain visible to the eye, since they are connected with each other. Eventually, your entire structure will break up under the pressure of the water into separate building blocks, become transparent. So as they say, not a single trace of your castle will remain. If you remove all the water from the aquarium, the foam plastic building blocks will sink to the bottom. The blocks themselves, without your plan, will, and application of force, will never take shape of an orderly built castle. This will simply be a chaotic handful of transparent foam plastic building blocks, invisible to the eye. You may shake your aquarium for as long as you wish, even for eternity, shuffling them, yet they will never become a castle until you build it again.
Yes, so as we've seen in the video, it is the order of information, those very information bricks positioned strictly in their places that distinguish, for example, a house from a tree, connecting with it to a certain plan. These bricks form visible matter and set its properties, such as the volume and form and mass and other characteristics. Actually, there are a number of scientists supporting this hypothesis that there is the information at the base of the matter. For example, the American physicist, theoretist, John Archibald Wheeler in the 90s put forward a concept it from bit, according to which the immaterial unit of bit is proclaimed as the essence, the original basis of all things. Or the British scientist David Bohm, as well as Stanford neurophysiologist Carl Pribram, experimentally proved that the universe is a hologram, where everything is interconnected and information is its fundament. That is, everything consists of information. They basically proved that the attitude of today's society, in which we generally think that matter is the foundation and everything is built on it, is wrong. It is exactly the opposite. Information is the foundation, forms the matter. Also interesting is the etymology of the word information. The word itself consists of two parts, the prefix in and the rest forma. Even in this if we take this basic approach, that allows us to deduce that the term information refers to the representation of something in a certain form. Gennady Zverev, professor at the Ufa State Aviation Technical University, suggested that the term originated from Latin informare, that means to generate a form, or to put into a form, or to inform. In its essence, and in the video we've seen shown as the bricks, is everywhere around us. And it is neutral. It represents all the possible variations of reality, of which we, as a human, choose and activate them with the help of our attention. So let's watch a short video.
In order to understand this, let's consider another example with a mirror. Suppose that several basic information building blocks form a structure that represents a local point, some object. We put it in the middle of a room, in which a multitude of mirrors is placed under a certain angle in such a way that it is reflected in each of them. So the object is in the middle of the room, and it is reflected in every mirror. Also, we see it, and therefore, about it exists in our minds. In short, the information about the object exists simultaneously in several places. If we remove one of the mirrors, we will not observe this object in that place. But when we return the mirror, it will reappear. So, in fact, information about it has not disappeared. It is just that we see the object under certain conditions of manifestations of information, and once conditions have changed, we no longer see it. Objectively, however, this object continues to exist in that place in terms of information. The reflection may have a continuous flow, so it means that this object exists in each point of this room and, incidentally, not only of the room, but also of the space outside the limits of the room, regardless of whether we see it or not.
So, as we've seen in the video, the information is everywhere, and it gets activated exactly by our attention. The video was shown with help of a mirror. Now you may ask, how does it, or what does it have to do in common with the advertising? So advertising is also just an information which starts to impact us only if we endow it with the power of our attention. By endowing information with power of attention, in essence, we give life to the information program contained therein, which transforms our into this or that reality. It may either be a horror with endless issues or a life filled with love and happiness. It only depends on our choice. Thank you very much, and I pass the word back to Robert.
Thank you, Marek. Indeed, these facts that all of us are facing every day them and don't realize what is actually happening. People don't realize that the most valuable resource is our attention fed with our energy. Just a quick reminder for everybody watching us. We are live on ALLATRA International Public Movement platform. Please use the chat option and place your comments and questions. We will try to answer your questions live. If not, we will answer them later by email. And you can also email us on info@allatra.tv. Now, let's watch a short video, The RISE experiment. This experiment proves how powerful our attention is. And every day, when we focus our attention on certain thoughts, they become real. The results of this experiment are astonishing, and I can confirm it as I have done this experiment myself as well. So let's watch the video.
Decide and take the next jar. This jar is called full. Since all three groups started the experiment at the same time, we still got synchronized, so we had such a similar result. Thanks a lot, dear friends, to those who provided support, who took part in the experiment. I think all of us were very interested to take part in it.
Many thanks to everyone who took part in the experiment. It proves once again that our attention is a real power. And if we all combine our attention and effort in building the greater society, we can achieve it in very short time. We can create the world that humanity deserves, all together. People do not realize that behind every advert is a huge scientific and psychological research on human behavior and preferences. Oleg Glushakov will tell us more about the methods that media is using to create a certain demand in the public. Hello, Oleg. We're happy to see you here. The floor is yours. Please.
If you're talking, Oleg, we can't hear you, unfortunately.
Здравствуйте, друзья. Рад сегодня приветствовать всех, кто нас смотрит, слышит, видит. И хочу рассказать об очень интересных явлениях. Эффективность современной рекламы не ставится уже под сомнение никем. За таким успехом рекламы стоят вполне изученные и экспериментально доказанные современными науками. Рассмотрим два социально-психологических феномена, которые во многом объясняют эффективность СМИ и рекламы. Первый феномен — конформность, такое своеобразное психологическое качество. По сути, склонность к изменению индивидом своих установок, мнений, оценок и поведения на манер тех, которые господствуют в данном обществе. Примером исследования, которое ярко иллюстрирует конформность отдельного человека, служит эксперимент Курта Левина с двумя пирамидками. Этот эксперимент повторялся неоднократно в разных странах мира и разными учеными, и всегда показывал одни и те же результаты. По ходу опыта к группе, состоящей из нескольких подставных лиц и одного испытуемого, показывали две пирамидки — черного и белого цвета. Задавался вопрос цвета пирамидки. Подставные лица всегда четко отвечали, что обе пирамидки белые. В подавляющем большинстве случаев испытуемый, которому вопрос всегда задавался последним, утверждал также, что обе пирамидки белые, хотя сам прекрасно видел настоящие цвета пирамид. После эксперимента на вопрос «Почему вы так ответили?», большинство испытуемых не могло дать разумного ответа. Из этого исследования видно, как зачастую человек принимает чужое утверждение, даже если оно не соответствует тому, что он видит сам своими глазами. Еще один яркий пример, более простой — мода в одежде. Следуя модному тренду, мы легко отказываемся от удобства в одежде, привычного для нас, отдавая предпочтение новому идеалу красоты. Следующий значимый эффект называется групповое подкрепление. Это социальный феномен, согласно которому прочное общество формируется простым, банальным повторением какого-то утверждения, идеи или концепции членами этого общества. Независимо от того, насколько обоснована или доказана тиражируемая идея, вскоре члены общества считают ее абсолютно верной. Сейчас реклама создает групповое подкрепление, поддерживая различные, неподтвержденные фактами концепции и идеи, освещая их с видимостью уверенности и правоты. Фраза «миллионы людей не могут ошибаться» обычно подталкивает без сомнения принимать информацию, что нередко приводит к широкому распространению современных мифов и заблуждений. Например, если мы болеем, то сразу вспоминаем самые известные и разрекламированные лекарства, даже если они не подходят нам для лечения вот именно нашего этого заболевания. Два этих социально-психологических феномена дополняют друг друга и во многом объясняют, как любая и рекламе информация распространяется в обществе, укореняется в общественном сознании.
The norm. And these are natural laws of the human psyche and mass media consciousness, mass public consciousness. They have been, they are, and they will be. However, the question remains open. Since the media and advertising have such an impact on us, what information do we want to replicate further? What ideas do we want to see dominating in society tomorrow? And these are questions I address to all attention.
Thank you, Alex, so much. These questions seem to become more and more critical day by day. I would even say that we should have answered these questions many years ago, and that it's almost too late to answer them today, as we are literally on the edge. In fact, in the current consumer society, everything is directed at stealing our attention, at persuading us to pay to unnecessary, meaningless things, wishes, and information, which gradually but inevitably destroy lives. There is a fight for every single drop of our attention. They not just encourage us to choose pointless life goals and to consciously lay down our lives for achieving them, but in this way, they also fight for our involuntary passive attention. Let's deep a bit into neurophysiology of attention and find out about another exploit but still a precious limited resource. Elena, please, the floor is yours.
Спасибо. Здравствуйте.
Thank you. Greetings. Today we're talking about the effects of advertising on humans. So what really happens on the physical level in our brains and how does this relate to attention? Let us look at the neurophysiology of attention. Alexander Romanovich Luria proposed a structural and functional model of the brain with its conditional division into 3 blocks. First, the energetic one, which we'll consider in more detail, just in the center of the brain. The second one is information reception, processing, and storage. And the third one, programming, regulation, and control of conscious mental activity. The first block is energetic, and it got its name because of the function of regulating brain activation, and it includes the reticular formation, as well as the limbic system, which has already been mentioned. This is the oldest part of the cerebral cortex, the function of which is an effective emotional assessment of incoming information and an emotional motivational one. The limbic system is involved in memory processes, positive and negative emotional experiences, and reaction formation. Thanks to its work, a person may experience pleasure and enjoyment, so the processes that occur in it are the basis for the formation of all addictions, from emotional to the drug addiction. The reticular formation is a particularly interesting area of the brain because of its role in human conscious experience. It is a functional system of clusters of neurons in the form of a network that is directed of consciousness in the literal meaning, since people lose or regain consciousness when it is activated. It is in the center of the brain and forms the central nucleus of the brainstem, which extends from the medulla oblongata top of the midbrain. You can see it just shoot it with a bar. You can see it in the diagram. Information comes from all important brain structures, including the analyzers, taste, vision, hearing, etc., via various ascending conduction pathways and then projecting fibers transmitted both downward to the spinal cord and upward to the thalamus and eventually to the cerebral cortex. This central reticular mechanism does not just take in and transmit information. It is like a filter. It ignores some of the information and transmits some other information. It can amplify the signal or weaken it and thus influence the activity of most other parts of the brain. So it is like a control center that, together with the limbic system, directly affects our state and emotions. So kind of brain in the brain. But how are the signals selected? Signals that appear at the same time will the reticular formation transmit? Research by Thatcher and John in 1977 shows that signals from new, unrecognized stimuli take priority and are distributed throughout the brain. That is, even incoming signal prevails over other incoming signals, for example, in intensity or importance to the subject. It becomes a universal global message that is widely sent to other areas of the brain, including the rest of the cortex. Thus, one selected signal is amplified, becomes dominant, and triggers the corresponding emotional background and reactions, which in turn increase attention to that signal. It is exactly this property that is used in advertising. That is why it usually sounds louder, looks brighter in color, intensity, light, also some kind of unusualness and novelty, such as frames and dynamism of objects, sudden intensification or weakening of separate stimuli, introduction of pause or change of rhythm and tempo movements involuntarily attract attention, so that the reticular formation is just obliged to transfer information further to the limbic system and activate the cerebral cortex. That is, to attract our involuntary attention and trigger an emotion without the person's intention or desire to see or hear anything, without put a predetermined goal in mind. That is to select information for us, instead of us, and make a person go along with the myriad desires that advertising and the consumer society imposes on us. The key is our attention. If it is involuntary, then the choice was made for us. If it is intentional, the choice is made by us. That is, if we transfer this mechanism to the conscious sphere, then we can use it consciously for your own purposes. For example, you can ignore advertising and direct our voluntary attention to those things that are really necessary now. This applies not only to shopping, but also to any information and activities. Thus, there is a transition from unconscious to the conscious choice. And this is really important information to help us understand how our attention is captured and manipulated, so that a person can resist this and make conscious choices, as a person is able to control and manage these processes and consciously choose what he really needs, rather than being imposed by advertising. To be able to choose what kind of information to perceive, what to think about, what mood or state to be in, consciously use voluntary attention to achieve the goals person needs in accordance with his inner values and goals. Thank you for your attention.
Hi, dear friends, and many thanks to you, Yelena. It is important to know what you just said. Thanks for looking at the human's attention process from your point of view. As you said, human attention is the key to everything indeed. And focus of our attention does trigger the decoding sort of complex system of multi-directional communications throughout the brain, and not only. Wow, just think about it, guys. And before we learn what is unique with mirror neurons and who control them, how do they work and remotely influence our, I would like to remind you that you are watching great multidisciplinary research on the impact of advert and the power of attention. Welcome and enjoy, dear friends. Right, focus now, as we need to know what we pay for with our attention. Stas Nigrusha will tell us about it. Hi, Stas.
Hello, dear friends. Speaking of advertising, first of all, I would like to point out that that is a tool. It can be used in different ways. Advertising can be used in a positive way, such as informing society about a new product or service on the market. But unfortunately, in the current consumerist format of society, advertising is used not to inform, but to impose, while often concealing something important. Wherever we look, advertising is everywhere, and there is no hiding from it. So the only way to fall victim to another advertising campaign is to understand how it works. And for this, I suggest going back a little bit to the past, namely to 1952. It was in that year that the Journal of Comparative Neurology published an article titled "The Representation of Tactile Sensibility in the Thalamus of the Monkey." In this article, Vernon Mountcastle, a neuroscientist at Johns Hopkins University, writes that he found cells in the frontal lobes activated when the animal made various movements. At the time, the scientist was unaware of the mirroring ability of the cells he had found. Only almost 40 years later, the Italian neurologist Giacomo Rizzolatti announced the unique ability of the cells to the whole world. What are the uniqueness of the mirror neurons about? Their uniqueness is precisely about the fact that they activate in two cases: when we inform someone an action and when we watch others do the same action. Now let's try to apply this knowledge in practice. In any commercial, we encounter a moment in which the person who possesses the product they are trying to sell us experiences some sublime feeling. Thanks to mirror neurons, we feel the same emotions, and in our consciousness a certain correlation is formed that if I possess this product, I will experience the same emotions. It is this effect that pushes us to buy the advertised product. It would seem that there is no way out, but it isn't so. Mirror neurons, just like advertising, are just a tool. Have you ever noticed that after watching an action movie, you feel like you're a tough guy, and you watch a good man, you want to be like him, a kind and open person. Even today, scientists have come to the conclusions, they quote, mirror neurons are such powerful neural elements that they are allowed to reenact what other people do. Then the evolutionary process that creates such a neural mechanisms might also have created some form of control over it. From this quote we can draw a very important conclusion. Modern scientists understand that someone controls the work of mirror neurons, but who controls them, science does not know yet. However, if we turn to the book ALLATRA, we find there is a concept of personality that does not coincide with the concept of personality used in modern psychology. Personality is who every person perceives lifetime, the one who makes the choice between the spiritual and the animal natures, who analyzes, draws conclusions, and accumulates personal baggage of sensory and emotional dominance. Thus, it becomes clear that it is a personality who controls the work of mirror neurons. It chooses whom to imitate, good man or a character of an action movie. In addition, we should understand that other people copy us and our behavior, and therefore each of us have great responsibility. It depends on each of us whether we will be able to build a creative society and whether we will be that very example that would lead the whole world to become a better place through following our example.
Thank you, Stas, very much for your remarkable research and speech as well. And yes, dear friends, our life and our future is in our hands. The knowledge about mirror neurons opens huge possibilities for humanity. The question only is knowledge. The choice is ours. And now, dear friends, I would like to just quick remind you, for everybody who are watching right now, the live broadcast that's simultaneously translated in 20 languages. And this Kaleidoscope of Facts is a project of ALLATRA International Public Movement and run by volunteers from over 180 countries. And also, let's continue our beautiful Kaleidoscope of Facts and find out more about our attention and power of this. And now Ed Shatohian will tell us more about human psychology and what cognitive dissonance is all about. What does it mean? And how does it impact our lives? Ed, it's over to you now.
Thank you, Alla. Hello, friends. I would like to talk about cognitive dissonance with you today. It is an interesting subject. You may have heard it mentioned in the past, in conversation about psychology. It sounds kind of cool, doesn't it? I suppose many psychological concepts sound cool, just like psychology itself. How many of you can actually understand what it means and where it came from? I studied psychology and I struggled to understand the term cognitive dissonance myself. Let's look into the history and find out the origins of this cool concept, which we all know as cognitive dissonance. It all started with an approach called learning theory. In 1933, Gestalt psychologist Kurt Lewin leaves the Berlin School of Experimental Psychology and immigrates to the USA. Now, let's look at our main man, Leon Festinger. By the end of World War II, social psychology has become an important field of research, spearheaded in the USA by Kurt Lewin, the founder of the research group dynamics at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1945. At the center, on the staff, Lewin had one of his former students, Leon Festinger. Originally attracted by Lewin's work in Gestalt psychology, he later took an interest in social psychology. Festinger observed that people continually seek to bring order to their world, and the key part to that order is consistency. To achieve this, they develop routines and habits, such as establishing regular meal times and choosing favorite seats in their daily commute to work. When these routines are disputed, people feel very uneasy. The same is true, he found, of habitual thought patterns or beliefs. If a very strong opinion is met with contradictory evidence, it creates an uncomfortable internal inconsistency. Pessinger called this cognitive. He reasoned that the only way to overcome this discomfort is to somehow make the belief and the evidence consistent. Another psychologist, Elliot Aronson, said, "People who do crazy things are not necessarily crazy." In his book, Social Animal, he puts forward Aronson's first law, mentioned above. The crazy things include acts of violence, cruelty, or deep prejudice, acts so extreme that they seem to reflect a psychological imbalance on the part of the perpetrator. Aronson argued that psychotic people certainly do exist. However, even psychologically healthy people can be driven to such extremes of human behavior that they appear insane. The relation to cognitive dissonance, to illustrate his point, Aronson an incident in Kent University, Ohio, which took place in 1970, in which members of Ohio National Guard shot and killed 4 unarmed students and wounded 9 others. Some of these students were protesting against the American invasion into Cambodia, but others were simply crossing the campus. The reason for the shooting is ambiguous. The fact that it was tragically unnecessary is clear. However, in the aftermath, one Ohio school teacher, as well as Ohio National Guard members, asserted that the students deserved to die, and the rumors spread quickly that the slain girls were pregnant, had syphilis, or were filthy. Aronson argues that these rumors, though false, did not reflect the beliefs of psychotic minds, but rather the attempt of pressured and conflicted minds to find relief. The conflict felt by these people is known as cognitive dissonance, an unpleasant feeling supported with physical manifestations, such as the release of certain hormones experienced when 2 or more of one's beliefs are inconsistent. In order to reduce this dissonance, people change their attitude, beliefs, and actions, even if this involves justifying or denying cruelty against others. This, Aronson claims, is what happened after the Kent massacre. And now coming back to the topic of our kaleidoscope, think of advertising. If we made to think that something like products, services, wars, radical beliefs, or even specific politicians are really needed for our happiness, safety, health, and so on, how strong will we defend? One day we find out it is not true. Thank you for your attention. And now I'd like to pass the floor to our next speaker, Nevin Mayac.
Hvala, thank you, Ed, and hello, friends. Attention is the most powerful tool at one's disposal, the tool by which man freely creates and experiences the world around him. The question arises as to how one can influence a man to pay attention to something he did not want and also to choose something he will not otherwise choose. In order for a subliminal message to have an impact on a person, it is necessary for it to pass by his or her attention. So the state in which man no longer uses attention on the basis of his free choice and becomes a passive consumer of the products of consumer society is called, as Jason will explain, the state of learned helplessness. In fact, it is man accepts discomfort, does not try to oppose it or run away from it. In this state, man completely and uncritically accepts the offers sent to him by the system, whether in the form of politicians, media, priests, etc. The process used to bring a person to a state of learned helplessness is called cognitive dissonance. We can also call cognitive dissonance a discrepancy in understanding. Cognitive dissonance was studied by social psychologist Leon Festinger in an experiment that sought to get an answer as to whether people will change their beliefs in order to conform to their behavior, all in effort to reduce cognitive dissonance. I'll explain that a little bit. Every man has his own worldview and beliefs. If he is confronted with some beliefs or experiences that contradict his worldview or his attitudes and beliefs, he psychologically enters a state that is uncomfortable for him. Person then uses all available tools to reduce the inconvenience and discomfort. A man who drinks alcohol hears advice that he should stop drinking. At that point, it's an attitude that conflicts with his current behavior and worldview. Then he enters a state of cognitive dissonance. On the physical level, when a person is in a state of cognitive dissonance, there is increased secretion of stress hormones, adrenaline, noradrenaline, cortisol. In order to justify his behavior, man devises arguments and excuses by which he tries to refute these contradictory views. Some man who drinks justifies himself by saying, for example, that one lives only once, it is important to have a good time, or I only drink on weekends, you never see me drunk, etc. He hides his actions from other people, avoids talking about it, avoids all information about it, ignores other people's advice, ignores research that would disrupt his worldview and attitude. As a result of this ignorance, avoidance, and disobedience, hormones of pleasure are secreted, which are dopamine and endorphins. At that moment, the man feels a short-term relief, so he continues to behave as before. In our example, the man continues to drink alcohol. If the intensity and frequency of changes in advice, contradictory views, and scientific facts increase, cognitive dissonance, i.e. inconsistency in understanding, changes from an acute condition to a chronic one. The man then permanently begins to feel discomfort. At the physical level, sensitivity to the hormones of happiness is lost. In this state, man perceives every effort he makes to get out of discomfort as a failure. He stops trying, he stops making any effort to get out of the state of discomfort and enters a state called the state of learned helplessness. At that point, he becomes suggestive of choices and behaviors that he does not decide on. Then the advertising messages of the consumer society become the only valid choice to which one directs one's attention. In some people, cognitive dissonance does not have to be. These people use cognitive dissonance to examine their attitudes and beliefs and have no problem changing them. Many choose to confront the problematic attitudes they had until then and make positive changes in their own lives. In our example, the alcoholic stops drinking. Thank you, guys. Alexei, please continue.
No, thank you, gentlemen, for such a comprehensive explanation. For sure, every person experiences cognitive dissonance in some way or another, and to some extent. But the scariest thing is that nowadays, too many of us constantly live in this state. I would even say that we do not actually live, we exist. We believe we're helpless to change the situation in our family, a city, a country, our world. Otherwise, how can we explain all these horrible things happening right now in the world? Before I turn the floor over to Jason about learned helplessness and learned hopefulness, I'd like to wish all of us to be at peace with ourselves, to believe in our strengths, to have a clear common goal, and to work confidently toward it. And now, Jason, please.
Thank you all so much. It's been a pleasure listening to the topics today and the information presented. Now let's discuss one short thing before we get into learned helpfulness and learned hopefulness, because it's an important facet that wraps up almost everything that has been shared with our audience and each other today by friends. Bandura in 1977 described self-efficacy, and it's important to know this. Self-efficacy refers to an individual's belief in his or her capacity to execute behaviors necessary to produce performance attainments. Everybody got that? I share this with you because there was a desire to inform you that each and every one of us is personality. The personality chooses what it attributes and what it wants via its tool, attention, which is the topic of today. This, of course, ability to execute comes from the personality, who we really are. Yet because of the materialistic and mechanistic point of view since the 1920s, possibly longer, 6,000 years, we are unable to see the truth in this. Personality has always had a choice of where to place or execute its agency and the use of attention. So what happens when there's competing desires? As our friends Nevin and Ed have shared with us and discussed briefly about cognitive dissonance, two or more opposing factors attribute stress and the following coping mechanisms that are acquainted with it. Now please, as you think about that, let's watch a short video on what learned helplessness is and see if you can find it within yourself. Thank you.
Elephants are habituated to a rope since childhood. First, they are tied to a tree, and an elephant calf, trying to escape, understands that the rope is many times stronger than him. Then, already being a grown-up elephant, he no longer even makes attempts to become free, because he understands that the rope, which is stronger than him, will win anyway. And when already a human who, well, the strength of a human and an elephant is incomparable, but an elephant still submits to a human and follows him with his head down, is the same in human society.
The whole point, imagine. An ordinary human, skinny and little, is leading an elephant on a rope. Why? Because the elephant believes that the rope is holding him. Friends, we have the same thing. Nothing is holding us, except our imaginary rope. And I would simply like to say, friends, let us stop being stupid elephants and let's become humans.
The video was interesting, wasn't it? Environmental conditioning, but we always have a choice. Let's explore two easy models presented by Mark Zimmerman in the 90s. The first model is the learned helplessness model, okay? And it goes like this. It's right there on the screen, so follow along, please. Experience of lack of control, perception of uncontrollability, of the uncontrollable event, and a future expectation of uncontrollability. And this in turn leads to the symptoms of helplessness. Easy enough, right? But there's also a proposed learned hopefulness, because we have a choice of what we choose. And that particular one of the learned hopefulness model goes like this: experience of control, perception of control, causal attribution of successful control, and a future expectation of control. These are characteristics of hopefulness or psychological empowerment. What do these show, and what can you do with this knowledge after listening and after watching and possibly rewatching? They show that we barely understand what it means to execute one's attention, or the control and flow of thoughts, or what we as personality attribute to ourselves, that which is aspects of consciousness. Learned helpfulness in its essence
is the tendency to accept aversive stimuli as an acceptable form of coping, but it's not. However, learned hopefulness can be used in the exact same manner. Instead of giving attention to that which doesn't benefit, you give attention to that which does benefit, thus moving forward towards the goal. Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Nevin. And thank you, friends, today for your attention. And may you all make do with what you need to do with this information from our friends today. Thank you again.
Thank you, Jason. You're right. People don't even realize what are they capable of by simply focusing their and their thoughts onto something. And many of those who do realize this use this for their material benefits. So let's watch a fragment from the video with the Igor Mikhailovich Danilov, The Truth and Chop. And now, my old friend, a physicist, has become very active. He's a physicist, a researcher, and a very interesting person. He's got an idea of experiments in time. After he heard, especially lately, that other physicists succeeded in bypassing the second law of dynamics, he's restless and doesn't give any rest to me. After we created XP Energy and declared about it, he says, well, you've got everything. Come on, he says, that's it. I'm actually afraid to even turn on the phone now. But he's a good guy, we thank him. Not really a guy, he's already a grandpa. This is a true scientist indeed. Actually, it's interesting. I will digress just a little. I don't know whether it will be interesting or not. I met him like 30 years ago, even a little more. I was lucky to be at his lecture. He was a very progressive person. Review on physics. He's a real researcher and experimentalist, you know, like they show in the movies. A man of a vast soul and very thoughtful. And we talked to him just... It happened so that after the lecture, our group met with him and raised a banal question about electrons, about the process of observation. Well, everyone knows this and so on. And so I asked him a simple question. I said, observation of an electron, everybody knows how this particle behaves. We understand perfectly well that the superposition of an electron is not defined. It's in a state of a wave. If we are not observing, it's a wave. If we are observing it, it becomes a particle. So there are no questions here and so on. I suggested I said, what if we, for instance, conduct 10 experiments, do 10 tests, record them all on video. If you remember videotapes with such a good video camera, we record it and then selectively watch. What will happen? He said, well, there were a lot of experiments like that and so on. I said, of course a lot, yes. But again, I said, if we're observing, it is there. But what if we observe it later? And only in one experiment. That is, we can mix the tapes and say, destroy, really destroy 2 per day. And then we selectively, we mix them, shuffle them. On the last 5th day, we destroy 1 tape and watch the last one. Will this affect the experiment or not? Well, we don't know the outcome
of those results.
Of the results until the 5th day. Anyway, he became interested. He had great opportunities, a laboratory access and everything, and we actually did this experiment. Day 5. First, I mixed the tapes, then he mixed them. They were in the same package. It was impossible to see, so we destroyed one and turned on the last one. And what did we see? Guess what? Particles. And here, I asked him a question. I said, wait, how can it be that we, 5 days after, influenced the result that took place 5 days ago? And here's a very important point. Why we became friends with this Archimedes? Well, no offense, he shouted Eureka after all, right? I still call him Archimedes, but he doesn't take offense. The point is that he was the first to pay attention and ask a concrete question when he returned to his senses from all that. He asked that very question, which isn't answered by any of the outstanding physicists of our time and which is avoided by them. If our attention affects the state of matter, or more precisely, the state of energy that is transformed into matter, then what power do we possess? So he and I actually conducted a lot of very interesting experiments on various topics. But in this area, we made a very interesting observation, as some fellows expressed the idea before us in theory. If, for example, a cat or anything else is observing, will it behave this way? Well, it won't. Only when a human being observes, only then do such changes happen. Only then nothing, or simply put, energy turns into matter and shapes our world. So, being one of the first to grasp that we can exert influence and we have a certain power, he raised a very fundamental question that exists only because someone is observing it. If there's no observer, there will be no matter. If we remove electrons, all matter will disappear. If we remove at least one charge, everything will disappear. This is really so. So, what is our attention in fact? Thus, when he asked this question, I simply told him about the ALLATRA physics, I told him about the Bailey and Jiao. So now he hounds me with all these questions until the present day. But again, this offer regarding a Drosophila, an ant or the like, is really interesting. On the one hand, yes. On the other hand, it is consistent with what people want. They want a time machine. Do you know what is interesting? It's interesting that the second law of thermodynamics is invalid. It's invalid because we possess the power of observation, meaning the power which, for people to understand, shapes that which we call information. Information shapes that which we call energy. Energy shapes that which we call matter. But still, these displacements of matter don't interrupt the flow of global time, because they will occur in accordance with its flow. It's clear now, isn't it?
Yes.
Meaning, it's the power coming from the spiritual world itself that proves the existence of God. Each of us, my friends, is a vivid representative and a vivid proof of the existence of the spiritual world. This needs to be remembered, and this must be studied.
Igor Mikhailovich, thank you. Interesting, isn't it, guys? Do you understand why people fight for someone's attention? We repeat, we are talking about humans' attention here. And I hope you can hear me at least. And this is a real power. As Igor Mikhailovich said, this power shapes that which we call information. Information shapes energy, and energy shapes matter. I pause here intentionally. Today, we already learned a few processes that transform waveform information into reality. Now, once we sort our technical problem, we would like to tell you more about personality, so-called observer, and consciousness, and how it is connected with our attention. Natalia Koncharova is our next speaker. Hi, dear Natalia. Hopefully we can see you.
Добрый вечер.
Good evening. So everyone is familiar with the words personality, consciousness, attention. But what do these words really mean? How does consciousness work? Who is a personality and where do thoughts come from and who controls them? A lot of information on this topic was presented at the international online conference Life After Death, Fiction and Facts. Let us see a fragment of the conference about human consciousness.
What is the difference between a human being and an animal? Consider the example of a human being and a primate. In both humans and monkeys, the primary consciousness begins to form in the womb. This is the consciousness of the animal. There is no difference between a human and an animal at this stage. Scientists have even found that newborn chimpanzees have more developed brains than infants. Let's consider what functions the primary consciousness performs. After human birth, it is directly linked to the entire body. It controls the chemistry and all life processes. Primary consciousness is directly connected to the organs of perception, vision, hearing, and all our tactile sensations. This consciousness has a fate intelligence, approximately like a child of 5 or 6 years old. All needs are confined almost exclusively to questions of dominance and survival. The similarities between humans and primates are also observed in the emotional sphere. Hatred, hostility, envy, greed, pride, all this formed in the primary consciousness. Scientists have concluded that human and primate brain cells are almost 99% genetically similar. If the human brain is almost identical to that of a monkey, then why is human consciousness so different and superior to that of animals? The answer is hidden in the event that takes place on the 8th day after a human being's birth. The Bible, the Christian Holy Script, says this: "And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul." Islam also speaks of this event. Your Lord says to the angels, "I am creating a human being from clay, from molded mud." On the 8th day, the soul enters the body, and as a reflection of its personality appears. This is who a human actually is. It is worth noting that there are many references to the 8th day in different traditions. In Christianity, giving names was supposed to be on the 8th day after birth. In Judaism, circumcision is performed precisely on the 8th day. As for the time frame of the naming ceremony in Islam, it is customary to carry it out after the 7 days from the birth of the baby, which is also on the 8th day. And also on the 8th day, as an antipode of personality, a secondary consciousness appears in human being. It is what we call intelligence. We actively develop it from an early age throughout our lives. Thanks to secondary consciousness, we have overtaken primates in our intellectual development. It makes it possible to think logically, analyze, make calculations, imagine, create, and actively interact in a team and communicate with each other. It is the presence of the soul, personality, and secondary consciousness that distinguishes a human from all other living beings. Animals have no freedom of choice. They act according to the instincts of the primary consciousness. But only humans, thanks to the soul and personality, have the freedom to choose. This embodies the main intention of the Creator, the creation of conditions for the choice of personality between the human world and the spiritual world. And our after-death fate depends on what choice we may make during our life.
Итак,
So, a person has a personality, as well as primary and secondary consciousness. Primary consciousness is directly connected with the whole organism and remains at the level of development of a small child. It gives information to our personality about the three-dimensional world. It is related to the personality and secondary consciousness and mediates between them. Secondary consciousness is our intellect, intelligence, thoughts, images, computational processes. The more we develop our secondary consciousness, the more intelligent we become. Secondary consciousness is connected to the animal mind system and to primary consciousness. It is the secondary consciousness that sends us images. How do you think thoughts come to you? Let us try to get to the bottom of this question on the basis of knowledge obtained from the videos with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilo. All of us are sent pictures through our brain, which perceives pictures and prints them into images or converts them into voices to send information to the primary consciousness. This information is then fed to the personality, and the neurons of the brain do all these transfers. Moreover, all pictures that appear in our heads are two-dimensional. It is only when the personality pays attention to them that they are perceived by the consciousness as three-dimensional. The chemical reactions that we can observe on encephalographs take place after personality starts to finance a particular thought. The moment an image is conceived, a small bunch of neurons light up, and then when a personality has funded that image, that idea, then a certain area of the brain flashes and reaction immediately follows. If the personality doesn't give a certain amount of energy, then consciousness won't work. It turns out that consciousness manipulates the undeveloped personality in order to get a lot of attention in return. Neurons work on electricity, on that chemistry that is generated by eating something. And what does consciousness feed on? It is already clear that it is a field structure, and it cannot work on the energy on which the brain neurons work. In humans, consciousness is nourished by attention, which is controlled by personality. Attention is the valuable energy equivalent of the same prana. We have, in direct proportion, a certain amount of prana for every moment of our existence. And we thoughtlessly squander our attention on illusory images. In the consumer society, this callousness is actively used. More and more sophisticated ways of manipulation are studied and invented. For example, as we have already heard, they use methods of influencing the human subconscious mind when composing advertising texts. As noted by academician Viktor Mikhailovich Kendiva, during television signals, especially during commercials, three basic principles of passive trance hypnosis technology are used: relaxation, concentration, and suggestion. It turns out that personality is influenced by the power of operator. Why is this possible? Because primary consciousness, as we remember, has no strong intelligence. It takes advantage of experience that is stored away or is gained with the help of the secondary consciousness, that is, the subconscious mind. And when the personality is undeveloped, it easily falls not only under the influence of its own consciousness, but also under the influence of the consciousness of the operator. We must know and understand the value of the power of human attention. It is a creative force, and it must be directed toward creation. Then no manipulation will have any effect on you. What could a further search for deception technologies lead to? The following speakers will tell you about this.
Thank you so much, Natalia, for sharing such precious information and knowledge. And now I just wonder, why aren't we taught these at an early age by parents, at school, and so on? If we had known more about our consciousness, about attention, about the way it can be manipulated, we as humanity and as individuals would have avoided so many fatal mistakes. Although most people would disagree with that, I really feel that we all are manipulated today. We still believe that all the rubbish in our heads is our will, our thoughts, our desires, our conclusions, decisions, and our reactions. But are they? Let's listen to our next speaker to get more clarity. Jason, please.
Hello again. Thank you guys again for allowing me to speak. It's been an honor thus far. So let's cover some very interesting information. In previous conferences, we have mentioned scientists who, through their research, have come to the conclusion of the exogenous and material nature of our consciousness. The work of psychiatrist Gennady Pavlovich Krochalev, who, among other things, showed that a patient's hallucinatory states can be interrupted when the patient is placed in a room isolated from electromagnetic waves and various forms of other radiation. Also, in the early 60s, Jose Manuel Rodriguez Delgado, a professor of physiology and psychiatry at Yale University, conducted successful experiments to control animal behavior using low-power pulsating electromagnetic fields. His experiments not only included controlling the motor actions of those animals, but also influenced their instincts and successfully stimulated the desired parts of the central nervous system. In his experiments, Delgado included experiments on people, which not only affects a person's motor functions, but also changes his mood and affects the feeling of pleasure, stimulates instincts such as fear and anger. Microwaves have been used as carriers of remote stimuli for some time on the central nervous system. Many papers have been published that deal exactly with this topic. And it is completely clear that deaf and normal subjects, even with earplugs, can hear appropriate microwave stimuli over such long distances. On this principle is designed the equipment for deterring birds from aircraft. We're all familiar, which through microwaves induce birds. Employees of the Advanced Research Project Agency, also known as DARPA, at the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research have discovered remote voice transmissions without a receiver. Using their microwave device, words were understood at a distance. In those very papers, published as early as 1978, it was stated that the application of this discovery are obviously not limited to therapeutic medicine. Even numerous intelligence reports on the remote impact on people with microwaves clearly point to great potential for the development into a system for disorienting or disrupting the behavior of military or diplomatic personnel. Significance in camouflage, cheating, or even deception operations. The benefits of remote voice transmissions and noise. Those are the examples. Today, there are a large number of patents concerning the remote transmission of speech and into human consciousness, with the possibility of those very direct microwave effects on the neural activity of the human brain, or the cerebral cortex. Let us also mention that the ability of remote voice transmission is evident as well in ultrasound technology used today. Often this communication is perceived as an inner voice, with a loss of directed quality of sound perception. Is it difficult to see the possibilities of the above-mentioned techniques in our consumerist society? I think not. Can these techniques be a weapon for imposing needs, patterns, or manipulations of those very behaviors, instincts, and other mental states of a person? Of course they can. Can a man of modern society who is under the control or influence of the consumer way of life, unaware of current technical possibilities, interpret their influence as a command of God, an angel, a demon, or at the very least, his own desire. Of course, that's plausible. Knowing the technological environment in which we live, it is obvious that there are already the necessary conditions for the abuse of these technologies by the dominant structures within our consumerist society. If we look at the possibilities of information systems today and those very data collections upon individuals through internet services, social networks, and structured site visits, recording of monitored material, statistics of site and topic visits, monitoring of internet user habits through temporal and spatial characteristics of that very viewed content, we clearly see the capacities of profiling individuals and user groups. Recognizing the external influence on the consciousness with which we identify is an important step in protecting externally imposed patterns and conflicts that we mistakenly perceive as our own decisions. Obviously, technologies for putting external pictures and voices into our minds existed a long, long time ago. Advertising of the future is available right now in a heartless consumer society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason, for highlighting such an important subject, because it is important today. Just think, dear friends, nowadays, scientists from around the world are developing different methods and ways to influence human consciousness, creating many techniques and electronic devices that invade human minds and controls our preferences. Science and technological resources should belong to the whole world community and not concentrate in the hands of individuals. That's why we need to be a creative society where all science and technologies will be transparent for the public. And now, our next speaker, Alena Lisavets, will tell us more about international team of science that conducted a series of experiments of the transmission of the mental images at a distance. Please, Alena, the floor is yours.
Greetings, friends. Scientists have proved the possibility of transmitting mental images at a distance. An international team of scientists led by Dr. Vladimir Kazanchev, MD academician, and Dr. Alexander Trofimov, MD, conducted a series of experiments on the transmission of mental images at a distance. These experiments were conducted along with similar studies in other countries. In 1981, the second polar circle experiment was conducted, in which mental images were transmitted from the polar town of Dixon and received at various points in the CIS. Mentally transmitted signs and symbols were randomly chosen by the computer from a graphical alphabet. In 1993, the second experiment, the Banner of the World, was conducted, in which images were also mentally transmitted by the operator from Novosibirsk and Dixon towns and received in 12 countries in Europe, Asia, and America. In the experiments, there was used the so-called Krochalev mirrors device, which is constructed of metal mirrors. A person who transmitted a mental image, that is operator, was inside this device. More than 4.5 thousand people from 12 countries of the world took part in 2 experiments. The people who participated in the experiments and mentally received the imagery were mainly at home or at work. They were ready to capture the signs and symbols that popped up in front of their inner gaze. As a result, most people recorded exactly the symbols that were transmitted. The results were processed using mathematical methods, so random guessing was excluded. And also, similar experiments are conducted in other countries too. On April the 28th, 2018, in the Coordinating Center of ALLATRA PM, the first international experiment pyramida on telepathic transmission of information at a distance took place. For the experiment, 12 symbols were selected, which all participants of the experiment received by mail in advance. Before the experiment began, one of the symbols was chosen at random. This symbol was transmitted by the operator who was in the pyramid device for half an hour. In the experiment, 3,434 people participated. All volunteers participants of this experiment at the same time could accept the symbol through telepathy, regardless of their location on the planet. As a result, 15.92% of the participants telepathically accepted the transmission of the symbol broadcast by the operator, and 13.65% of the participants accepted the control symbol. This is an excellent result. It is higher than the statistical average. The results of the experiment show that telepathic transmission of information at any distance to a large number of people is possible, and also confirm that the existence of a single information field of the Earth. All these experiments prove that transmission of mental images at a distance is possible, and this is a scientifically proven fact. Let us look honestly, we live but just in a consumer format of society, where scientific discoveries are often used for selfish purposes. And just now imagine that the possibility of mental transmission of images at a distance will be used as advertising, and a certain product will be imposed on a person. And the advertising would not be on TV or on your tablet or phone, which you could turn off or dismiss, but right in your head. And you will not even realize that it will be imposed from the outside. Such an experiment in transmission of an obsessive desire by an operator has been conducted. Our next speaker, Ella, will tell you more about it.
In 2019, an experiment was conducted on the ALLATRA IPM platform, in which we found out, can a person, operator, under certain conditions and possessing certain skills, impose any desire to other people? The experiment was conducted using the pyramid device. Volunteers from ALLATRA International Public Movement took part in it. The purpose of this experiment was to determine if it is possible to impose a material consumer desire on people by remotely influencing their consciousness. So the actual experiment was, while in the pyramid device, the operator transmitted a materialized consumerist desire that only he knew, and it was recorded on paper. The experiment was complicated by the fact that it was conducted with a shift in time. It means that the operator transmitted the wish on Wednesday, and on Sunday, those who agreed to take part to feel its effects. Sorry, we have some technical issues.
Thus, we will find out whether a person who possesses certain skills under certain conditions can impose some desire on other people. The purpose of this experiment is not just to try to find out if there is a possibility to cause an irresistible desire in a person, but precisely to find out whether humanity might encounter a new kind of obsessive advertising, which a person won't be able to reject. As you can see, we have succeeded. The results of the experiment are quite high. We would like to note that the operator's work was complicated by the fact that the operator worked without imprinting a specific image, but simply conveyed physical sensations. Nevertheless, the results were quite high. Well, you can draw your own conclusions regarding the future of advertising. We would like to thank once again all those who took part in this experiment. All the best.
The experiment proved that it is possible to induce the desire on man. To prove his taking part in experiment, a person should drink a glass of water on Sunday morning and to send an email right after it. More than 1,000 people took part in it. The experiment proved that it is possible to induce an irresistible desire in men. As we can see, more than 70% of all participants were influenced externally. They were simply thirsty. So it is telling us that soon we can be watchers of compulsive advertising. For example, a desire to buy a phone of a certain brand or sneakers from that particular manufacturer, or to eat candy from that particular factory, or to do any other action that someone would want to. Imagine that you can only drink one brand of coffee and all the rest will make you sick, and you won't even realize that you have been influenced in any way, but it will take it as your own natural need. So it turned out that in this way you can manipulate the desires of any person obtaining economic benefits. And it's not a rosy prospect given the current consumer format of our society. But if the values in our society will be changed to creative ones, then the value of human life at the forefront, such opportunities could be really help in development of our civilization.
Dear Ella, yes, this was a very interesting experiment, and the results were astonishing. You're right, until we change the vector of our society to the creative one, we will not face a bright future in this field. And many corporations are very well aware of this. Their advertising technologies are well developed and widely used. And as Alena mentioned, these imposed advertising images cannot be turned off like a TV. Secret services develop these techniques for many purposes. And main one is to influence people's opinions, habits, and so on, as can be seen from Vladimir's research. Vladimir, can you share with us the part of that hidden area?
Yes, friends, hello. We have already seen today how much influence modern advertising, which is based on knowledge of human neurophysiology, has. Nevertheless, it is possible to refuse such advertising, for example, by turning the device off. However, advertising through an image or desire imposed by the operator, as we've seen, is simply impossible to refuse. The keys to understanding how this advertising on the new principle works and how to protect oneself from it are given by the primordial knowledge from the book ALLATRA by Anastasia Novych. I'll emphasize once again that a person is not only what we see in a mirror. A human has a complex energy structure in the form of a truncated tetrahedral pyramid. Its space is conventionally divided into 4 parts or essences, which surround the human body on all sides. Many people can now recall examples from their lives where they thought of someone they knew and almost immediately received a call from that person. This nonverbal communication is due to the interaction outside of the time and space of our essences. The essences can be compared to TV towers that use their transmitting antennas to broadcast their programs on various channels. Moreover, these programs are quite clever and can draw any illusion just to attract our attention. For example, a child has gone to training and stayed late without informing his parents. Consciousness begins to draw to the parents how something happened to him. And this causes them a growing sense of anxiety. Or we have been hurt by the words of a friend, and now we are scrolling through the conversation in our heads, picking up the answers over and over again. No, that we only see the picture in our head. We hear the evaluation. But as soon as we agreed to this, that is, paid attention to this picture, an emotion appeared, and we were frightened, we believed, we took it personally, the realization process immediately began. What is attention? It is, in fact, a source of a power, like a battery for a watch. Without it, the programs that come to us are inactive. Now let's see, how does all this relate to advertising that uses new physical principles? The operator transmits a picture or image to us, exciting one of the essences. The essence, for example, thirsty. It could be a certain image. For example, a person wants to drink Coca-Cola. If the personality is interested and pays attention to this information, then the further process goes at the expense of the energy of the person himself, not the operator. This is the key moment. Man is free in his choice, but if he cannot distinguish what he is imposed, he perceives this desire as his own and will try to satisfy it at any cost. For example, he will run to the other end of the city for Coca-Cola. Let me remind you that personality is an observer. It is who a person really is. The personality is at the top of the pyramid, separated from the rest of the structure by a field of consciousness. It possesses life force, attention, and the right to choose, and controls, should control, its consciousness. If the personality does not put the power of his or her attention into the picture, thought, nothing will work. Thoughts originate in another dimension and come to us from outside, spontaneously, exciting the world of the energy constructor and the field of consciousness. Then, the personality makes a choice as to whether this information is of interest to her, such as the desire to drink Coca-Cola. If yes, she pays attention to it, and the incoming program receives energy and begins to work. Consciousness sends a signal to the personality and to the brain. The personality sees a picture of the body taking pleasure in drinking the drink. Meanwhile, the intermediate brain is decoding the signal. The brain triggers the chemistry. Saliva is secreted, muscles move the body to a store to buy a drink, and sense and response pulse with a status report on the process to the personality. The operator may purposefully send a picture, image, or sensation. If you do not understand that is not ours, we have not learned to keep track of it, we are easily deceived because we will perceive that image, that feeling as our own. So this knowledge is hidden from us, because we live in a consumer society where people easily overstep their consciousness in another race of supremacy. And of course, everyone has a duty to know their nature and the power of attention. After all, only the individual possesses the valuable source, the power of attention, and is responsible for his or her choices. Our energy structure is a complex machine, and personality is a driver. For the car to go in the right direction toward the goal, the personality must develop and drive it skillfully. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Vladimir. It's scary to some extent what you just told us about advertising new technology, or maybe not that new by now. Absolutely agree on that. Everyone must know their energy structure. Otherwise, it's difficult to realize the real value of our attention. Thanks, Vladimir, for this information. And knowing that our attention is transformed energy, or sort of, we can easily see the link. As David Icke says, energy flows where attention goes. Right, let's get back to the hunting for our precious resource, which is precisely our attention. Here's a short video with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov and subject experts for you. Please watch, guys.
Speaking precisely about the effectiveness of advertising, there is a specific scheme, let's say, of how it works. And interestingly, I would also like to look into this scheme because it's very simple. The first is collecting information about a person. The second is, as they call it, a target of influence. That is, to find a person's weaknesses, what desires he has, what needs he has. Next, decoys are placed for a person, right? That is, to catch, to interest, to show interest, and naturally an attraction to evoke trust in a person and to lead them up to sales. And even these names themselves are target of influence, decoys. You understand that hunting is really going on.
How can it be otherwise for a wallet, for a person's money?
The hunt even for human attention.
And now let's put everything aside and think, what is actually being hunted? Now, if we remove the financial side at all, what is money?
Resource.
Energy.
Equivalent to time and life.
Quite right.
Lifetime.
The equivalent of attention.
Attention, yes.
And human lifetime. After all, a person gives his money. Well, what is money for him? Again, it's time and attention. It's a hunt for attention in the literal sense of the word.
Marketers also understand that strong emotions, crowd emotions, are the best way in, let's say, for manipulation, for imprints.
For marketers. And all the advertising works in the sphere of, let's say, hopes, fears, that, well, the idea is simple. I will simplify the idea that they basically start replacing the religion, what religion was doing. That is, they seemingly begin to answer some of the deepest needs of a human, but it's the religion of a materialist.
Of a consumer.
Precisely the need of this three-dimensional world. That is, advertising now, at least for me, is such a new religion of a consumer, a tool.
It may seem that advertising is a modern phenomenon, or at least not that ancient. But advertising has been used successfully since the Sumerian civilization. Can you imagine that we have been manipulated, not for tens, not for hundreds, but for thousands of years? And, by the way, it has been almost 8,000 years already. All this time, advertising has been used to establish the consumer format of society, including strengthening the influence of religious organizations. Religions and advertising appeal to the same human states and instincts. Today, it has gone so far that advertising itself has become a kind of religion, a religion of consumption. And also, in a healthy society, advertising could be a wonderful tool to inform people about the best products and services. So far, it is just a tool to fight for the consumer's money, which is nothing more than the equivalent of person's attention and time. But the most interesting thing is that advertising exists not only in the outer world, but also, shall we say, in our own heads. or more precisely, in our consciousness. Human consciousness is the most skillful advertiser and marketer who 24 hours a day and 365 days a year tirelessly sells illusions to personality. In essence, the scheme of advertising is the scheme of how human consciousness works. In ancient times, people have tried to resist the manipulations of their inner advertiser. Information about what attention is and how not to squander it, and how not to squander it has ironically been preserved in the writings of religious organizations, which have gained their power through advertising in particular. The precious experience of our ancestors can be applied today, and we suggest that we also turn to religious writings in order to be free from the manipulations of modern advertising. We will start with Zoroastrianism. And Natalia, please, the floor is yours.
Greetings, dear friends. Let me remind you once again that a person is not just a creature who lives his or her life from birth to death. A person has freedom of choice, and everyone's choice depends only on himself. But the choice itself is only a step after which a person directs his or her attention to what he or she chooses. What a person pays and gives attention to in his life, what thoughts, preferences, desires, that is what he receives. In what information one puts the power of one's attention most and maintains it, then one becomes the conductor of that wheel. The value of a person's attention and the value of choice are revealed in the modern and ancient religions of the world. In the sacred book of Zoroastrianism, the Avesta, a whole chapter is devoted to the duality of a person, his dual nature, and the possibility of choice. The chapter is called The Doctrine of Duality. What does this knowledge tell us? The problem with modern humanity is that many people do not understand themselves, so they carelessly give their attention to the outer world, but not to the inner world. When there is an understanding that one is dual, one has a chance to escape from material captivity. Due to inner work on oneself, a person notices his duality and begins to understand between whom and what to choose. What the consequences of his choice will be, that is, experience of states is gained when a person chooses between the outer, which is empty, and the inner, which fills one with life. And this is a lot, in fact. It's sort of you sober up after a long hangover, so to say. Zarathustra's prophecy says that each person has two paths. He can choose to live a life of love and happiness by turning to Spenta Manu, the Holy Spirit, or he can give his choice to Angry Manu, the evil spirit. There is an emphasis in the Avesta that this choice is made by a person. Now, the two primal spirits who reveal themselves in a vision as twins are the better and the bad, in thought and word and action. And between these two, the wise ones choose aright, the foolish not so. And when these twin spirits came together in the beginning, they created life and not life, and that the last worst existence shall be the followers of the lie, but the best existence to him that follows right. That was a quote. Just I'm wondering, who makes the choice deep down inside a person? In Zoroastrianism, there are indications that there are components in a human being that are related to the choice between good and evil. The most important component is called Urvan, personality, and is translated as one who chooses, one who absorbs.
Natalia, I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Alexei.
And Travashi is the one who tells the way. She knows it is the absolute part of God in us. Urvan is directly related to Travashi, that part of a person that constantly dwells.
To plug in earphones, because we cannot hear Natalia clearly.
И право выбора. Во все времена разрабатывается способы управления вниманием человека. И как бы...
Please, Dave, you stand by. We're just checking the sound.
Yeah, please. Please ask Natalia to plug in earphones, because a lot of people have already written that they were not able to hear Natalia.
Sorry, guys, for some technical issues. Maybe we will release a special program about what religions say about power of attention, and we will interview Natalia again. Many thanks, Natalia. Sorry about that, guys. Thanks, Natalia. Seriously, thanks for your findings. And I am personally pleasantly surprised what the value of attention has been so widely revealed in such an ancient religion as Zoroastrianism. Obviously, guys, advertising is an ancient tool itself to influence human behavior and was used in religions before and unfortunately still used, attracting you to pray for your health and prosperity. Nonsense. Let's discuss what Christianity highlights about power of attention with Vladimir Pravdachenko. Hi, dear Vladimir.
Здравствуйте, дорогие друзья.
Hello, dear friends. In Christianity, the power of a person's attention is one of the key factors on the path of spiritual development and salvation. In ancient Christian times, this concept, human attention, was called wakefulness and sobriety. Jesus teaches that the reason that causes the need to be awake and sober is in the devil with his lies and evil. In order not to be deceived and not to accept a lie instead of a truth, a person needs to be attentive, or as Scripture says, to be awake, and not to be seduced by thoughts and images that the devil puts in us. In the Encyclopedia of Primordial Knowledge, the book of ALLATRA, we find that the devil is not a certain creature, a beast that is from outside. People are afraid of his attack from outside, but he is inside of us. He is an integral part of us, and he strives a blow from there, where he did not expect. That is, from our thoughts. To defeat the devil does not mean to renounce everything in the world. To defeat the devil means to defeat our negative thoughts, to put things in our mind in order. And the ancient people said the biggest achievement that any person can accomplish by working on himself is to kill the dragon inside. A person is endowed with the right to choose, and in life is formed either into an angel or a demon. That is, with our attention that we determine our future. In the Gospel of Mark, in chapter 14, part 38, Jesus said, "Watch and pray that you do not fall into temptation." And in the epistles of the Apostle, it is said, "Watch and pray that you may not enter into temptation. Be sober-minded, be watchful." Our adversary, they will prowls around like a roaring lion, seeking someone to devour. After all, no one physically sees a devil walking around. You can only see it within your inner eye by then yourself and your thoughts. Watch the Lord, was repeatedly said. Watch, all the apostles said. But what does it mean to be awake? How to stay awake? What should I stay awake on? In the original text of the New Testament, it was the word agripnea, meaning be awake, had the meaning to stay awake, to be vigilant, to be attentive. Exactly these words were used by Jesus when they paid attention to something important and talked about its value. The patristic instructions explain that wakefulness and sobriety are one of the Christian virtues. It includes spiritual wakefulness. When a person is sober, meaning by the power of attention, he stands guard over his mind, realizing that these sort of thoughts and images that come to consciousness, that the devil enslaves a person, tempts and seduces him. Orthodox Saint Anthony the Great put sobriety in the forefront of monastic and indeed Christian work, noticing that without sobriety it's impossible to get rid of passions. And Saint Seraphim of Sarov speaks about the importance of sobriety of mind. Citing, the mind of an attentive man is as of a guard or a tireless watchman of the inner Jerusalem. Standing in the height of spiritual contemplation, he looks with an eye of purity at the evil forces that bypass and draw near his soul. Christian saints who practice the Jesus prayer said that the most important and valuable thing in prayer is concentrate your attention on prayer, removing all external thought, not to be distracted by them. Also, thanks to this tool, they achieved holiness in the sincere love for God. By the way, the Holy Fathers of Orthodoxy call wakefulness and sobriety the science of sciences and the art of arts, and watching themselves learned from personal experience how the devil seduces a person's thoughts. Any passion begins with a thought, which is called prologue. Combination is interview with the thought, and the stage of composites. A complete acceptance of the criminal thought is made. During captivity, the very desire to leave the sinful thought appear. The final step of the ladder to the abyss is passion. When a person has already accepted the thought and agreed with it, that is man is enslaved by the devil. A simple and understandable example for everyone. The same mechanism and the same steps are used to advertise. When a person pays attention to advertise product, that is prologue. Think about whether he needs this product, or this is a combination, decide that he needs it, there's a captivity, and then does everything possible to get this product. That is a passion. And very often he gets something that he does not need for 100 years, just because he fell in a temptation. And so that not happen, the Jesus told, watch and pray that you may not enter into temptation. In simple words, be careful, and attention is the power of life. If we draw an analogy, it's like a ray of light in a projector, that is, it gets on a slide, shows the information contained on it. As a result, we see that what we paid attention to, that is the picture that appeared. And these are not just words, but currently a scientifically proven fact, quantum physics. We're at the position of observer, experiment with two splits. The importance of attention in a person's life is undeniable. At the same time, we even think the value of our attention and where we spend it during the day. You already have from the previous speakers how and for what advertisement is created. The creation of advertisement not only monitor how to satisfy consumer desire, but also how to form his needs, not to manage them, play on them. Know that in Christian tradition there are 8 main passions that enslave a person, namely gluttony, fornication, love of money, anger, sadness, despondency, vanity and pride. Let's try to briefly say at the same time clearly demonstrate how advertisers use human passions to promote products to the masses. Let's take an example of the passions at the same time as gluttony and fornication. It's impossible to count the number of advertisements that depict a half-dressed beauty savoring a chocolate bar. Again, the background of the faint, sweet languor waterized that is a heavenly pleasure. Where did the erotic scene come from in the food advertisement? How is one related to the other? And everything is simple. They try to attract the attention of sweet toothes by exploiting the passion of fornication. Now, the ordinary food product claims to be a heavenly delight. As you yourself understand and see in the consumer society, the power energy of passions is used in the advertising business to attract the attention of a person. Profits are growing, and the moral component of a person is falling. Whoever sows to please their flesh, from the flesh will reap destruction. Whoever sows to please the Spirit, from the Spirit will reap eternal life. Where you desire attention, you will eventually get it. Where you direct your attention. Unfortunately, it often happens that life flies to be very quickly, and a person does not even have time to understand why he was born at all, what the power of his attention was spent on, what trifles, trinkets, and like empty desires, he exchanged his valuable reserve of vital forces. Of course, within the framework of speech, we cannot cover the full scope of this topic, since we are limited in time, although in fact, it's clear from everything said above that person's attention, thought, wakefulness, and sobriety is an extremely important tool in the spiritual development of every person. The meaning of human life is acquiring love for God. In conclusion, dear friends, I suggest you to watch a fragment of the program Victory Over Oneself with Igor Mikhailovich Danilov. Thank you, and all the best.
And what is our attention? For flower, water is what?
Vivifying energy that nourishes it, from which
the
it's
source
the
of
source
life.
of life.
Light and water. What is the source of spiritual life? For a human being, well, for personality, what is the source of life?
The power of Allah.
After all, those calories which we consume are energy for our body, but not for personality. Whereas the powers of Allah, yes, meaning what comes from the spiritual world, and what we use again as a tool, that attention of ours. This is exactly that which comes from the spiritual world, is light. Whereas our attention is water. And so if we, water only, one of our parts all day long, and the human being is dual, he or she consists of a material and such a non-material, so to say, substance. That is, there are both, the animal nature and the spiritual nature in a human. And if all day long we, as personality, water only, the animal nature with our attention, just like with this water, what will happen to the personality? A simple question.
It will wither.
And if we do so every day and throughout our life?
It will weaken.
In childhood, we were not taught what attention is and how valuable it is, and how significant time is. And so we come to this state when we ponder over our spiritual component, and it turns out that we feel nothing and we know nothing. Why? Because it will wither like this flower, just like Anya and Tanya have said. In the same way, our personality is in an underdeveloped, withered state, whereas our component, as of representatives of the animal world, meaning of the material part, is well developed, because we pay much attention to it. Well, this is such a simple example that gives an understanding of what the first type and the fourth type are. And the fourth type is precisely when the life of our animal component is supported in a slightly withered state, but still it is supported while the flower of our spiritual component blooms, blossoms luxuriantly. Dear viewers, we managed to fix the issue with the volume of Natalia. Natalia, we would like to now hear your findings and about the value of attention, which is revealed
in such ancient religion as Zoroastrianism. Natalia, I'll pass the word to you.
Хорошо слышно? Спасибо большое, друзья. Здравствуйте еще раз. Дорогие друзья, еще раз напомним, что человек — это не просто существо, проживающее свою жизнь от рождения до смерти. Он обладает свободой выбора.
Dear friends, let me remind that a person, not just a creature who lives his/her life from the birth to death. A person has freedom of choice, and everyone's choice depends only on himself. But the choice itself is only a step after which a person directs his/her intention to what he/she chooses. What a person pays and gives attention to in his life, that is what he receives. In what information he puts the power to one's attention most and maintains it, one becomes the conductor of the will. In the sacred book of the Zoroastrians, the Avesta, a whole chapter is devoted to the duality of a person, his dual nature and the possibility of choice. The chapter is called the Doctrine of Duality. The problem with the modern humanity is that many people do not understand themselves, so they carelessly give the attention to the outer world, but not to the inner world. And when the person has a chance to escape from material captivity, then there is an understanding of who is he really is. And due to inner work on oneself, a person notices his duality and begins to understand between whom and what to choose, what the consequences of his choice will be. That is, experience of states is gained when a person chooses between the other with an empty and inner, which fills one with life. Zarathustra's prophecy says that each person has two paths. He can choose to live a life of love and happiness by tuning the Spenta Manyunyu, the Holy Spirit, or he can give his choice to Agra Manyuni, the evil spirit. There is an emphasis in the Avesta that this choice is made by a person. Now, the two primal spirits who reveal themselves in a vision as twins are the better and the bad in thought and words and action. And between these two, the wise one chooses aright, the foolish not so. And when these twin spirits came together in the beginning, they created life and not life, and that at the last worst existence shall be to the followers of the lie, but the best existence to him that follows right. The most important component is called urvan, personality, and it is translated as one who chooses, one who observes, and Fravashi is the one who tells us the way. She knows it is absolute part of God in us. Urvan is directly related to Fravashi, that part of a person that constantly dwells in the spiritual world. To summarize, we already know that a person is a personality who possesses vitality, attention, and the right to choose. All the times, different ways have been developed to control the attention of a person. And as we have already heard from this Kaleidoscope of Facts, advertising is one way of controlling us as a personality through our consciousness. After all, the point of advertising is to seduce us, make us, to force us to buy something we don't need. This happens through subtle manipulation. The methods of these manipulations are constantly being refined. Everything is done to make people want to buy, to attract attention by imposing thoughts and fictions. But we remember that the person controls his attention and has a choice to accept or not accept the information presented to him or her. Each of us is responsible for our choice. By choosing life of love and happiness, by tuning to the Septra Mainyu, the Holy Spirit, one acquires inexhaustible joy. Inexhaustible joy. Thank you very much
for your sincere words. Dear viewers, as you are able to see, religions and modern science are interconnected more than we think. They are both talking about the same thing, only with different words. All you have to do is to translate the text into the modern language. Just apply the ancient knowledge, and all of a sudden, you will see the advertising from a different perspective. My friend Rinat Ahmedzakirov will look at this from the perspective of Islam. Hello, Rinat. How are you?
Добрый день, Роберт. Спасибо вам огромное за приглашение.
Hello, Robert. Thank you so much for the word. Hello, dear friends. Today for me it's a great honor for me to be with you today. Today our speaker has already said much about the values of person's attention, and that attention is the power of life. Since ancient times, people have had knowledge that man's power, the real power of man, lies in his attention. When man directs his attention, this power, this creative power follows, shaping his reality. An associative example might help you understand this process. If you have a torch in your hand, you cannot turn it off. You can only choose where to shine it on, meaning a person controls the direction of the light, which is their choice. The beam of light is a man's attention, its direction and distribution. There is a concept in Islam called zikr, the unceasing remembrance of Allah, God. In other words, is the direction and directing one's attention to Allah, focusing on Him. The Holy Quran says in Surah 13, verse 28, "Those who believe and those whose hearts find comfort in remembrance of Allah, surely in the remembrance of Allah do hearts find comfort." Zikr, in essential contact with Allah, at the level of deep feeling, is the source of happiness, that is, subdues the shaitan, in the consciousness of man, weakens its power, the power of its influence on man, is the cause of contentment with Allah, removes worry and sadness from the heart, generates contentment and joy in the heart. It's a clue as to where man's attention should be, but we are endowed with the right to choose where to put it and what to support with that investment, the will of Allah or the will of Iblis. Allah in the Holy Quran says, "So remember me, I will remember you, and be grateful to me, and do not deny me." One may get the impression that a person who goes to Allah has to give up everything material, but that's not true. After all, a person that has to wear something, eat something, live in a house, and so on. And that's point is precisely that a person has to become independent of material impulsions and excesses, meaning free from consumption. Let me give you an associative example. When you love someone, most of your attention is focused on that person, and then does not interfere with your everyday life, work and business. The interesting thing is that the distribution of attention is often unconscious, but it's a huge impact on that person and his or her future destiny. For that reason, in the primordial physics ALLATRA, if a man spends no more than 10% of his attention in material life and concentrates 90% on it, on the state of domination of the spiritual life in his inner world, then the spiritual transformation of man is accomplished. But in the opposite case, when 90% attention is given to material life, to the desires and thoughts of the animal nature, and 10% is given to care his spiritual state, man forms a personality during his life, speaking the language of religion, a state of hell. And there are immutable laws of physics. In other words, a man who walks the straight path to Allah by staying in the world subdues those lusts that are actively imposed from all sides, especially from the media. The human being does not discard all worldly things, but he also does not pursue them with self-forgetfulness. He knows the true value of his attention. And when a man loves, develop in himself deep feelings that he invests his attention to the development of sensual contact with Allah, God, then he is born for eternal life. He is born for the spiritual world, and as a goal of life and every man to gain spiritual immortality. Man's attention is just the resource, and by investing it in eternity or in temporary material things, man desires his future. Everything is in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Rinat. And please say hello to my favorite Kazakhstan. And before we switched over to our next precious special speaker, I would like to remind you guys, you are watching the Kaleidoscope of Facts, number 14, Impact of Advertising and the Power of Attention. On ALLATRA TV, we are live, of course, and broadcasting to more than 20 plus languages simultaneously on all major social media platforms. We're here to answer your questions. Please feel free to leave your questions, concerns, suggestions on the live chat or email us, and more information on allatraunites.com. Back to our topic, yeah, it was really great to study the power of attention from not only historical, sociological, scientific, but also from religious point of view. And it would be fair enough to look at ancient Indian cultures as well, which Oleg Glushakov will present. Hi, dear Oleg.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Dear friends, I'd like to point to the cultural tradition of India, which presents knowledge of the power of attention and importance of concentration. Thus, Bhagavad Gita tells us in chapter 6, the yogi should then practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses, and activities and fixing the mind on one point. Classical yoga uses three terms for concentration: pratyahara, detachment, dharana, concentration, and dhyana, meditation, contemplation, one direction of the mind, which makes up the fifth, sixth, and seventh steps respectively of the 8-step yoga system. Classical one. So let us turn to Patanjali's classical treatise, the Yoga Sutra, with commentary by Vyasa Bhashya. In the second chapter, Shloka 29, it is said that about different degrees of concentration is integral means to achieve samadhi, the highest enlightenment, and mergence with the Atman. In chapter 3, Shloka 1, we find concentration is fixation on a certain place, In the commentary of Vyasa Bhashya on this shloka, one finds the reference consideration on the lotus heart. Here the verse referring to the image of a lotus in various cultures of the world as the symbol of the soul. In Buddhism, the concentration of dhyana is widely represented as a stepped path to the development of contemplation and concentration on profound joy. According to the classical text, Shakyamuni Buddha distinguished 9 stages of perfection in concentration. Also, in Buddhism, there is a concept of dhyana paramita, perfect contemplation, a separate high stage of human spiritual development. Thus we see that ancient Indian culture has preserved to this day the knowledge of the power of attention, its significance, and the concentration of attention on the positive, deep joy as a path of spiritual development and liberation from material filth. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Oleg. This is very interesting to show that this knowledge about the power of our attention is known from time immemorial. But for some reason, we people are being taught that this belongs to religions and spirituality. Not many people realize that these techniques are used commercially in consumer society to gain profit. So next time when you get that thought while walking through the store or browsing the internet that this is something I have to have, be careful, because that idea may not be yours. Jason will next tell us how can we limit this unwanted influence on us? How can we shield ourselves? Jason, we are all anxious to hear about it more. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, friends. It's great to be with you again. Before I begin with this speech, as always, it's important to thank the people that brought forth the information that are still found today in all modern-day religions. Those very truths that still tell us who a human being is and where a human being should direct its attention. So, what can help a human being direct its attention? Thanks to the program known as The Shield, with participation of Igor Mikhailovich, and the very book ALLATRA, one can find out what the shield is, who personality is, and how to use this shield appropriately. That very shield allows a person to cultivate the very ability to ignore emotions, thoughts, or otherwise what we've discussed today, external influences. That very book, ALLATRA, gives us that knowledge and the ability to control this process of distributing our attention. And the first thing we are told about consciousness is that it is not I. For example, many of us have been in these situations throughout our lives. Let's take the influence of a crowd. When we become involved in the process of an event, we turn into, let's say, the whole unit, or a part of that unit, part of that formed group consciousness, which makes up its own integrity. Think protesting, think stadiums. We've experienced these situations. There's many more. When we're on a bus, or in line somewhere, or in queue, doesn't matter where, there's a short space between each other. And there's a mass of people, and we see the following. It takes just one emotion, or as it's said in the program, a fuse to ignite. But one external emotion from anyone or anything, one conductor who either is nervous or makes noise, makes a ruckus. And that very wave spreads amongst every single person. Everyone feels that pressure from this individual. Why? because this mass is turning into a single mechanism. And it happens, what we see, normal civilized, as Igor Mikhailovich has put it, normal civilized people, even sober, when getting into those stadiums or being in queue or being in any position, a grocery store, it doesn't matter, becomes emotionally involved and actually capable of violence. Today we've had many psychologists join us and many more yet to join us who discuss these things. How do they explain this? That very person gets carried away and emotionally invests their attention. That puts them into this state, as we've discussed, with cognitive dissonance and learned helplessness. And the person is being manipulated from the outside. So what is a shield? The shield is the freedom from the influence of consciousness or the septon field. May I remind you earlier about the electromagnetic field experiments that were done by prominent scientists. A person is able to move freely without any influence by simply choosing where it invests its attention. The first step, though, of even gaining the shield is ascertaining and gaining the control of perception. So what is control of perception? Awareness, essentially. But that awareness of that perception, of what we put attention into, allows a person to use the shield. That's where control should be, right? As I gave an example earlier with the two models of learned helplessness and learned hopefulness, just to bridge this understanding. What we implement, and what we don't want, we reject. That is the shield in essence. So let's discuss this state and how it applies to our fifth foundation of the creative society. The ideology, it is a base, it provides the base for the very ideology to be aimed at popularizing the best human qualities and stopping everything that is directed against a human being. Does that make sense? When a majority of society has the ability to use this shield, then we will be able to popularize the best human qualities: kindness, protection of others, creation, contribution. In essence, actively creating and contributing to society. The main priority is the priority of the humanity, of a human being. High spiritual and moral aspirations. No, I don't and we don't mean just external moral aspirations. Sincere moral qualities where you want the best for all the people around you. Of a humaneness, virtue, in essence, right? Mutual respect and strengthening of friendships. Not fakeness, not transactions, but genuine friendship. And creating the conditions for the development and education of a human with a capital H. Thus, cultivating these moral values in each person in our society. Prohibition of propaganda of violence and condemnation and denunciation of that in any form of division, aggression, or anti-humane manifestations. We've discussed advertisement today. A large majority of these templates are imposed patterns of behavior that we attribute to ourselves because many don't know who the real I is. Who is the real one that directs attention? That so many people have discussed openly, not only at this Kaleidoscope of Facts, but the entirety of this year. Here's the conclusion, my friends. Given the information today by these speakers and these experts, we can take this information about advertisement and know that in order to implement this fifth foundation, we must choose to popularize the very best qualities. Think of that. Where you can move freely all around you and honestly contribute to the creation of value within our society instead of destruction. Thank you all again. It has been my honor to speak before you, and I value and appreciate your time and attention today, speakers and experts, and our guest, as we contribute to a better society together. Thank you again.
Many thanks to you, Jason. Thank you for sharing this practical knowledge. It is of great importance indeed, as unfortunately it is no longer possible to watch what's going on in our come home now. It's definitely time to choose the right path, both personally and collectively. Time to finally get rid of all foolish things which have divided us for thousands of years. Now it's time to unite. It's time to synchronize our actions. Let's watch an amazing video prepared by the volunteers of ALLATRA International Public Movement, by people united by one common goal: to build a society we all could be proud of.
What is synchronization, and how does it work in practice? Let's look at a symbolic example. Can one man move a heavy rock out of place? He can't, because it is too heavy. It takes several people. But even if several people push the rock, each in his own direction, it will stay where it was. Their efforts are not directed towards the same goal, so they cancel each other out. The individualism, egoism, and endless divisions that prevail in the consumerist format of society make society like a rock, going nowhere, and worse, even falling apart. But once the group is aligned on a goal, everyone knows exactly where they want to move the rock. Then they focus their attention, potential, and action on the common goal, and achieve it with ease. Today, the whole of humanity is such a group of people, and the common goal to which we must dedicate ourselves for the survival and flourishing of our civilization is the creative society. This goal cannot be achieved by any one person alone, nor by any one country, religion, or any other group of people. The creative society can only be built by all of us together as a united humanity working towards a common goal. The role of every human being in this is immense. Let us see how the power of attention grows as the group grows, and with it, the chances of achieving the goal. Konstantin Eduardovich Tsiolkovsky said the following about the power of unity. People who will learn to unite will enter the golden age, and unification also has its own law. Two auras reinforce each other 7 times. If people are like-minded people, the wave is the same. It is directed towards one goal. 3 people, 7 squared. That is 49 times. 4 people, 343 times. If there are 10 people, they reinforce each other by 7 to the 9th degree, by more than 40 million times. Therefore, the more people there are, the more valuable each next one is. It multiplies the strength many times over. The team is a great power. The power of collective attention, directed towards the same goal, is therefore not the sum of the power of the individuals, but grows exponentially with each new member of the group. And therefore, together, we have the power to change the world. So, my friend, you are not alone. Small, powerless and insignificant as no human being is. We are all human beings first, and united, we can do anything, even overcome global cataclysms and build a creative society where every human life is what it really is, the highest value.
What a wonderful video. United, we truly can. Thanks for developing such a beautiful food for thoughts. You see how the power of attention grows proportionally when we are all united. The bigger the team, the better. Because as it was said in the video, the chances of achieving the goal are increased. Guys, we are responsible for our choices, and it's time to realize that and get truly united. As together we're stronger, I repeat myself. And creative society can only be built by all of us as a united humanity, going together hand in hand towards one common goal. Without knowledge we obtain today about the work of Edward through our consciousness and their all related processes, it will be difficult for a human, ordinary human, to turn off the advertising negative influence when recognized, of course. And without realization of how priceless the power of human attention were easily, unfortunately, manipulated and used like a toy in someone's hands. That's why we are here, and it's important to study the subject we discovered and did a great research today, because we need to know what it's about, the power of attention. And we need to share this information to the public. In the creative society, all information is given openly and honestly. All experiments, discoveries, programs like that, conferences, technologies are not belong to individuals. They're the property of all humanity. And today it's up to each of us whether we want to continue to be deceived by the consumering society, or we want to live better. And Natalia Pavlova will tell us a bit more about the fundamentals of the creative society and where we need to put our attention to humane project, not to self-destructive one. Heidi and Natalia.
Здравствуйте вновь.
Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте, я очень рада. Sorry, hello, I'm very glad to welcome our dear viewers. And each speaker had talked about the creative society, and we can talk sincerely, openly. And on today's Kaleidoscope of Facts, the influence of advertising and the power of attention, we were honest with ourselves, with yourself. Through attention, we humans, we can be manipulated. And we who today take part in this kaleidoscope, we also part of the society, and we cannot be not interested to modern society's processes. And our attention is a carrier of energy. Where attention goes, there energy goes. If a person thinks about something or something, he or she gives energy to it. And today we have talked about the manipulation of people, directing their attention to the consumerism. And today's Kaleidoscope of Facts is truly an international conference because each speaker told about the international potential of speakers, of scientists who made a huge influence on our understandings. And as today was told, many who are attending, who are attracting our attention, because if there is no attention, there were no human, there will be no world. Everything around us would not exist, because a man has the power on influence of attention, and where a person directs the attention, the energy goes. And the matter is because people watching it, where we put our attention, there we put our power, our energy. It's all, each person has a huge power. Each of us direct our attention, and we can choose where to attend this attention. And in James Briggs' works, we can find such an interesting aspect. It depends on where we put our attention. This where we put our attention is divided where each person put his attention. And do we ready to put our attention to the creative? We have this knowledge, and we know that there is such a creative society, and this is a very important the key moment in building the creative society. Why do we need to build the creative society? Because in creative society, the human life is the highest value. I'm a human, your dear viewer is a human, and each person is a human, and each person is the highest value. And today we're talking about this, and the highest value of human life, it's really the first foundation of creative society. It is the basic, the start point of creative society, and each single person on earth is very valuable. And the fifth foundation that our friend Jason told us about is the creative ideology. The main priority is the priority of humanity, high spiritual and moral aspirations of humanity, mutual respect and strengthening of friendships. Jason, thank you so much for voicing it, because all our relationship, connections, and even advertising and communication, everything could be built on this foundation, without no violence, without division, without aggression. In the Kaleidoscope of Facts, we have analyzed and we have systemized different facts about the power of person's attention, and now it is stimulated in the consumerism format, but we have a possibility to think in creative format. Also, I would like to talk about the third foundation of creative society, when it is human safety, and when a human knows that he has the safety, he has this basis, and we can, in these conditions, we can use advertising in industrial, technical, and scientific fields, and use it only for improving the quality of human life. Life is a choice, and life is about making choices without shifting the responsibility to any top managers, or maybe some popular trends of advertising. We had so many numbers of scientific facts, and I'm, as a historian, I can prove that even historians themselves and different scientists, they watch these power of attention, even analyzing the historical events that have already passed. And I would like to pay your attention, dear viewers, because if you cannot be responsible for yourself and your choice, then someone will do it for you. And I am telling the same to myself, because I can shift the responsibility to someone else, on you, who can use my attention. But it means that every one of us, if acting in this way, we can get to the not to the free word. And for me, it was an exciting fact that it looks like this slavery. It sounds like an illusion word. We cannot just consume, and I'm, as a scientist, may say that it is very destructive when we only taking and stop giving. This destroys everything creative that there is in a person, everything we refuse from everything that is creative in us, everything that is a human value in us. And our life is the highest value that we have. And when people continue living in the consumerism format, they are still reflects the trend that was in the society starting from the Sumer period. But the second foundation tells us about being free, and we as a society can create this we can build this creative society. We can talk about it. We can realize our dreams, because it's all possible. We can do it, but we allow us to be manipulated. But it depends on us, and the only way out is to build a creative society. And our dream, our willing, is to live in creative society where human life is on the first place. And we want to live in a better world, in welfare and prosperity. And there is only one way to act, to take part, each of us. If every person take part in it, we can do it. Yes, we all are very, very different. We are specialists from different spheres, from different countries. But each of you, dear viewers and participants of this Kaleidoscope, you are my friend. And I sincerely say thank you to each of my friends, because we shared our understandings, our results of our researches, because we inform everyone. And each of us has taken this responsibility for our own happiness and for society itself, for its developing, because we can create a better life. And the responsibility for it lies in each person. And as a historian, I may say that today we have only one way out as a civilization, and this is the creative society, and we can really build it, but only together. And taking part in the process of transformation of our society to create a great future for everyone. And huge thank you for our translators and technical team, because to each country of the world, this positive information about better future is sounded to everyone. So thank you so much.
Many thanks, Natada, for your sincere words. And indeed, the prospect of building a creative society is truly inspiring. It is precisely that good, lofty goal which is really worth our attention and which is worth uniting. We all would be incredibly happy to live in a society where everything is geared towards improving the quality of life of every single person, in which, even a subway would be a space which supports people in their aspiration to be real humans, in which even advertising is creative in the highest sense of this word. Let's watch a video about the subway of our potential near future, which we can create together.
When personality perceives what it has to perceive, the spiritual world, it becomes free of these illusions.
Good is here and now.
Whereas, when cognizing the truth, one should master an elevated stage of self-perfection.
It is extremely difficult to describe that world by means of these tools, words, and everything else. It is much easier to let a person feel, but this is possible only when he wants it.
Wow, what a great idea. I love it. Self-education information placed in the tube instead of some useless adverts. Yes, because now we know that attention plays a key role in our life and we don't want to waste it anymore. It's a powerful resource. And our last, but not the least, speaker is Dilara Fatihova. Dilara held a senior position at a big TV and radio company for more than 20 years, and she knows all about commercial tricks, sales targets, and marketing training. That's why Dilara can't keep silent anymore. Dilara, looking forward to hearing from you.
Спасибо. Друзья, мы сейчас увидели замечательный пример
в ролике. Думаю, у всех сейчас чувство приятное и доброе.
Right, I believe that you've just seen this wonderful example and you have this kind feel inside, right? From this video, just inspiring to even give this feeling further. And actually, this is something to strive for, right? This is kind of criterion. What do you really want as a result? What will the purpose of advertising in the future? Not just as now, profit and gain, but increasing well-being in the true meaning of the word, the state of being well. And as stated in the fifth foundation of creative society, society must strive to nurture the best human qualities, human with a capital letter, and in doing so, would be advertising. It would be just according to the fourth foundation of the creative society, just fully support the development of personality, and according to the sixth foundation, helping people realize and implement, take responsibility for their lives and choices, and also, of course, without any manipulation, including hidden manipulation. After all, there is the second foundation of the creative society, freedom, and the seventh foundation, justice and equality, motivating people to act in the care of life and safety in accordance with the first and third foundations of the creative society. And due to the 8 foundations of the creative society, a clear vector is given. And when we apply it, we simply look at all areas of society, including at advertising through this prism. Today, advertising is all about attracting attention with a commercial goal, while in the creative society, the focus is on a person, and it doesn't matter who will make and distribute these commercials, humans or artificial intelligence. This basic principle must be respected, that human is at the first place. In today's broadcast, we heard about, it's just the other way around. It should be important that artificial intelligence, it will be integrated, to our lives just soon, and our world will change dramatically. But in which direction? If we really want just humankind to have future, it's important to already lay in artificial intelligence the fundamental principles of creative society. After all, if you haven't watched the conference Global Crisis, this already affects everyone, please watch it. Because based on the 8 foundations, we take care of the purity of the information field. So there will be no distortion of the truth, and the loss of humanity will be clearly observed. And what and how might this be? As you've just seen the video, first of all, spreading the true knowledge, the truth, the availability of the most necessary information for a person anywhere and anytime, and only that information which covers person's needs, not just imposing unnecessary goods and services. For example, artificial intelligence will know, for example, biometric data about a person and will be able to take care of person's health according to the foundations of the creative society. For example, it will offer prevention medicine to a person. I think that it is very important here to emphasize that it is up to the person to choose and be responsible to apply these recommendations or not, because there is the second foundation of the creative society, freedom. Because if we didn't have that freedom, so what do you think? Probably AI would have killed us all a long time ago without our permission. Just kidding. But just, I believe that it is worth realizing how complete and profound the model of the 8 foundations of the creative society is, how important the creative society project is, and a huge amount of work has been done by the volunteers of the international public movement ALLATRA. For about 10 years, service all over the world helped to identify the key basic needs of a person. Advertising is informing about goods and services. I would like just to point out that, in fact, even now we have everything we need to create high-quality, honest advertising, and it all takes well, what it takes is just the choice of the individual, the businessman or the advertiser. Yes, there is still competition of the consumer format, which dictates the laws of survival, and is often, well, is unscrupulous, I would say. But a person's conscience is an inviolable inner law, and it's the most important. And gradually, with a transition to the creative society, the competition would be, different, just corresponding to the 8 foundations. Because then people would be striving to increase the quality. And also, there would be many positive examples of people who are doing something good for society. And there will be more and more of them, because this is a need of happy people just to share with others, and the creative society is a society of truly free and happy people. In freedom and joy, many wonderful ideas and projects are born and implemented, which we will also learn about through advertising, but only there and then when we choose it ourselves. The value of our attention is an invaluable resource. We have realized this today, haven't we? It is important for us to always remember this and not to shift the responsibility of our lives onto artificial intelligence, so that it does not turn out that due to laziness we have stopped developing spiritually and intellectually. And, very soon there will be relevant advertising, and very soon artificial intelligence will take many professions, and then the need of people to create for the benefit of everyone will not just be a fashionable trend, but it will be natural. So very soon we will be happy to be informed that we can fly to explore new planets, and we have the prospect of being just even accepted into global humanity, and we would be able to explore the depths of the ocean and to communicate again with the higher civilizations. And again, we have the prospect of being accepted into global humanity, inhabiting many planets and galaxies. Right, probably it sounds right now as advertising, but I do believe that it is possible if we choose it. We have found out about it in the video with the participation of Ryger Mikhailovich Danilov of the Creative Society, Prospects of Civilization. And this information inspires us a lot. So, dear friends, with this information, is it possible to doubt our choice of path? Only just let's go forward, let's develop, because only development from the best to the best. Probably it sounds a little bit like advertising, but in the consumer format, advertising just promises, but does not fulfill it. And in the creative society, the notion of advertising will in fact be gone, and information, according to the 4th foundation of the creative society, will be absolutely truthful and will be at the service of people. Thank you.
Thank you, Diliara. Yes, we can have a wonderful future if we change the vector of our society. When we start to focus and put our attention into our development as personality, we will be able to do this. Dear viewers, as you are able to see today, advertising is one of the tools of the consumer society, tools which pushes people to consume more, and in order to consume more, one needs to earn more, so you need to work more. This way, a person is distracted from work on oneself, on his or her development as personality. Now you understand that not everything is obvious and much is hidden. It is up to us people to start realizing this and stop financing what is not needed. Otherwise, we will end up like a blind person getting a Rembrandt painting and a deaf person receiving a recording of a Philharmonic orchestra. We always invest our attention into something. And since we have no option not to invest our attention, we have to choose where we will direct it, what will we finance with it, creative society will give people the opportunity to invest our attention and energy into the most precious values, humanness, kindness, development of our spiritual component, our personality, and merge it with the soul. For this, we are actually here. People will not be pushed only to exist, but they will actually live. And as a developed personalities, the advertising and manipulation will have absolutely no effect on them and will only pass them by as a water in a river. I believe that information which we have shared with you today will be beneficial to you and will help you in your life here. We would like to thank every single person today, research and working groups, speakers, those behind the camera, and technical support teams, designers, and thousands of others who have made this possible today. ALLATRA is one big human family, and everyone can join us. Please email us at info@ALLATRA TV. We need you. We would like to invite all of you who are watching us now to the next Kaleidoscope of Facts, The Matrix, From Illusion to Reality, which will take place on October 13th, 2021. Thank you very much for your attention.
What if our world isn't real? What if we all live in a hologram, an artificially created system? In other words, the Matrix. Looking at the evidence and scientific proof of this fact, many questions arise. What is the Matrix? Is our world an illusion? What is a human, consciousness, personality, and human soul? What does a person look like in other dimensions? What dimensions is the Matrix limited with? Who created the Matrix and who controls it? Who is the system architect? Why was the Matrix created and how to get out of it? What is reality? What is the meaning of human life? We invite you to explore these issues together. Independent research, facts, social experiments, all this and much more within the framework of the international research project Kaleidoscope of Facts. October 13th at 1600 GMT, Kaleidoscope of Facts on the Matrix from Illusion to Reality, organized by the participants of the ALLATRA from Spain and Latin America.